work again. We are reading, we are digging deep to know more. So they have promoted the reintegration of Boko Haram associates with European money. You see what they are doing? So in the 3 Nigerian states where Boko Haram has been most active, that is where they want to invest their money. In the communities where families are still burying their dead ones from Boko Haram attack. In communities where the governor of Borno himself said that Boko Haram has infiltrated the armed forces, even the political class and the communities. So, and neither the EU delegation in Nigeria, not even the Nigerian government, has issued a single statement clarifying this clause or even addressing the public outrage of reintegration of Boko Haram into their military. So I say I'm using this to buy time for our people to join before we start this space. So I want to be fair about what reintegration is supposed to mean in real sense. Because in theory, it addresses the real problem that when surrendered fighters are released with no support, no jobs, or no future, they go back to the forest. That is how it's supposed to be in theory. That is real. General Buratai said it, and we discussed it earlier in this space. The program is called Operation Safe Corridor, and it has been running since 2016. We discussed this last week. The money that they have set aside, 4.3 billion naira, for this thing that they call reintegration. But it doesn't always end up like this. So if they don't get jobs, if they don't have any future, they will go back to the forest and continue what they were supposed to do and in what they know how to do best. But here is what the evidence shows about what happens in practice. Let's look at what happened. You know, in March and April, 600 and then 390 graduates publicly completed the program. And they received cash. We saw it in the news. They received cash for their startup business. Some of them had received a startup equipment. Those that know how to sew, those that want to be carpenter on the surface. Some were even recruited into the security services as instructed by Antonio, Secretary to UN. The same security services that Borno government says have been infiltrated by Boko Haram. Meanwhile, in a broken institution analysis, communities that are expected to receive these graduates say that they were never consulted. The same template that Britain used on all of us. So the community raised alarm that they were never consulted about this reintegration of terrorists into their community military wing. So victims of Boko Haram violence say the government is prioritizing perpetrators over survivors. That was what the analysts got that day. And the security analysts have confirmed that former combatants routinely return to the forest to continue this attack. And then they are not just returning to the forest empty. They are loaded. Accepted this clause in EU agreement. They signed it and they felt that they could hide it from the public. And here is the connection I want every Biafra to understand. Antonio started this thing. Antonio, the secretary, the UN secretary started this nonsense. He gave the endorsement of this reintegration framework. as international best practice. That was how he classified it. The same international system that is supposed to hear our case for self-determination is simultaneously funding a program that, according to Nigeria, own Borno state government has infiltrated the military and the communities. So when the system that is supposed to protect you is funding the people who are killing you, you cannot fix that from inside the system. The only thing you have to do is to exit from that system. And that is why we are leaving Nigeria. If we go deeper on the EU deal, which we have to, because it is not just an investment package, it is a comprehensive strategic agreement with three separate components that most Nigerians do not fully understand. You see, I don't know if we still have people that we are waiting for, but let's just use this to buy time before we start the space. If you look at the first component is the investment money we have just discussed, the 290 million, the 900 in total, 62 million. And it sounds so generous from EU. And then the second component is a defense dialogue. You see, on February 18 to be precise this year, EU and Nigeria, all this thing has been happening in the background. They had their first peace, security, and defense dialogue in Brussels. And Nigerian national security, this Ribadu was there. This same Ribadu that is calling terrorists his brothers, he was there. Wait, I'll send it to you. He was there in that meeting. The Deputy Secretary General was there. So they discussed counter-terrorism, they discussed maritime security, the same headline of discussion wherever they go. They discuss cyber threats, they discuss the demobilization and reintegration of these terrorists into the army, their own Nigerian army. When Musa had summit, a counter-terrorism summit last year, the same discussion, that was when Musa said that they were going to fight terrorism with innovation. Have you people forgotten? Musa made that comment. So they all agreed to strengthen law enforcement cooperation with Europol. So European intelligence agencies now have a formal cooperation framework with Nigeria security services, which was signed and approved by Ribadu. So the same security services that Borno government says they have infiltrated by Boko Haram, the same security apparatus that its own generals confirm has files on terrorism financier and refuses to act on them. EU is now embedding itself in that system. There was a third component, we are not going to go too much deep. It's just that it has a connection to what we are going to discuss today. Is the return and the readmission agreement that they talked about, which is the migration pact. The EU has signed an agreement with the terrorist country Nigeria, committing to do what? To the speedy, you see, repatriation of Nigerians without legal status in Europe. So this will mean more people return faster with chartered flights, and they have enhanced data sharing to make this very, very effective. So every year, thousands of people that migrated to Europe will be returned, to Nigeria. Now, if you ask, who has been stealing the resources of these people that made them to migrate to Europe? The same Europe, the same EU. Who has been stealing? Because this is the same thing that UK signed with what is his name? Tinubu. They also signed a UK letter system allowing Nigerians to be deported without valid passport. Two separate Western powers both signed a deportation agreement with Nigeria in the same week. Britain and EU both secured the right to send Nigerians home faster, and both gave Nigeria investment packages in return. Oh yeah, accept your people back. You did not treat them very well. We have stolen their resources. We don't need them again. They have overstayed. They couldn't get job, blah, blah, blah. Take them back. If you take them back, we give you this package. That is what they are doing to Nigeria. You see? So Europe and Britain have Nigerian immigrants they want to remove. Nigeria accept them back. And in exchange, Nigeria gets loan. In exchange for that, Nigerian gets credit line. In exchange for that, Nigerian gets investment packages. What is different? What is the difference between this and what is happening in Nigeria itself? Because in exchange for your life, what do? They have already given you out for Boko Haram to kill you. They don't care about you, except you are ready to become a jihadist. Then you will be safe in Nigeria. If you are not safe, they push you out, you become vulnerable for the Boko Haram, to the Boko Haram members to slaughter you. Remember that they have 22 terrorist groups in Nigeria. Another thing that they're also doing in exchange for your life is, which we have seen, the former, was it Minister of Finance, whatever is her name, Stella. Do you want to go to jail? The answer is no. Oh yeah, you must join APC. Stella stole funds according to them. She committed fraud. How many billions is that? 1 point something billion. They have tracked her. So what is she going to give in exchange for her life? She has blindfoldly joined APC. Join APC and your sins are forgiven. So these two nations and other nations have studied them. Take your Nigerian citizens and then we give you this in exchange. We give you money, we give you loan, we open credit line for you, we make an investment, we give you all these packages. I don't know if you are still hearing me because my screen is looking somehow. So this is what Nigeria has accepted. The investment packages are structured to benefit European companies, not even Nigeria. Because the EU commissioner himself said the money creates opportunities for Europe, while Nigeria will get deportees back. The same thing is applicable to what they negotiated in UK. It's going to benefit UK. It's going to boost UK economy. Who are those that will pay back the loan? Biafrans are the ones that will pay back the loan. So who negotiated that deal for Nigeria? Who sat in that room and said, yes, send us back, send our people back, and in return we will take loans or even accept your agricultural credit line? Because whatever they were paid to negotiate, it was not enough. It was not enough, and it will never be enough. It did not end between Britain and EU. On March 25th, a day after that EU announcement, Switzerland also did their own. He arrived in Abuja and he made Shetima of all people. He made the foreign minister Tuga that denied that there is no genocide in Nigeria. And they also signed agreements covering trade as well, covering security, covering migration, covering skill development and cultural exchange. So Switzerland also have pledged to support Nigeria in addressing this same insecurity. Switzerland have also offered vocational training programs for young Nigerians. Switzerland have also discussed a free trade agreement. Switzerland have also pledged to return Benin bronzes looted during 1897 Benin expedition. Switzerland and Nigeria agreed to meet annually to review all aspects of their migration partnership. That is what is happening this week alone. And I want to say something about that Benin bronzes because they are being used as a cultural bait here. The artifacts were stolen from Biafra land during the British colonial expedition in 1895. It belongs to us. And they now want to offer it back as a gesture of cultural goodwill to Nigeria. And to sweeten a deal that includes migration cooperation, to make Nigeria feel respected and dignified in a negotiation that primarily saves Swiss and EU interests in controlling migration flows and securing market access. So those bronze belong to us. They should return it to the Biafran people unconditionally, without any immigration part attached to it, without a security cooperation agreement attached to it. It belongs to the Biafran people. Without a vocational training program attached to it, they should send it back to the Biafran people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So their returning of the bronze is not a favor. It is a legal and moral obligation. Everything that they've stolen from the Biafran people during the war, they should return it to us. Switzerland is known internationally as a financial center. They have Swiss bank that has an history of significant asset to African elites. All the money that they steal, all the asset that they loot from African countries by their leaders, they all push them into Swiss bank. So Nigerians, corrupt leaders, they all have cases that involve Swiss bank accounts. One example is the one of Sani Abacha that looted billions. And every year they're saying they're retrieving the money that he looted. We have not seen what they've used the money for. So Switzerland has been negotiating asset recovery with Nigeria for years. Now, if you ask yourself, why is Switzerland suddenly so interested in strengthening relationship with Nigeria? Why are they so interested in signing security partnership? Why are they so interested in signing vocational training and trade agreement? Is it possible? I've been asking this question to myself. I didn't get an answer. Is it possible that a country with billions of dollars in Nigerian elite assets in its own banking system has strategic reasons to keep the Nigerian government friendly or cooperative? Is it possible that the investment and training packages are a way of maintaining that relationship without actually returning the looted money? No hospital, no jobs, not to even talk of sustainable job, no job. UK have also signed a security and defense partnership with Nigeria in 2018. And they have been meeting annually since then. UK has funded de-radicalization program, yet terrorism is increasing in Nigeria. UK has provided training for Nigerian security forces, yet insecurity is increasing. A lot of debt. UK is now signing a new one this year. A new recolonization has taken place this month, this year again, because that is what Tinubu went to do. All that he signed last week is for the interest of Britain. They have gone to renew it. The same agreement with the same stated goals. After years of the same stated goals producing the same absence of result, Turkey also signed their own. Turkey signed a military cooperation protocol since January this year. Why are all of them coming out this year? It is because of what the Biafra Republic government in exile is doing. It is because of the heat from our government. They can feel the heat. They are just jumping out. Nigeria is trying to see where to lean on. Before Turkey even signed, China also signed infrastructure deals. Russia have also signed military agreements. United States has been running counter-terrorism cooperation with Nigeria for years. Still, insecurity is increasing. What is going on? 6 foreign intelligence agencies, almost €1 billion from Euro alone. So for me, this is not coincidence. This is a system that Britain had, generated the template. When insecurity persists, despite all these foreign investments and all this foreign military cooperation, the explanation is not incompetence. It is not about bad luck. No, it is structural. That is where our topic comes from today. It is structural. The system is designed to persist because the insecurity is not the justification for the money. And the money does not reach the communities. It reaches the procurement budget. The security national money flows into Nigeria to fight terrorism. It is allocated through the government channel where the people connected to terrorism also control the allocation. So tell me what will change. Gumi said it. And then answer, because somebody asked this question when I was going through X today. Why didn't Britain fight the Fulani? It still connects to our topic today. Why did they see the problem and create a system for them to continue to reign? Is it the most historic question about Nigerian current crisis, which we are going to talk today in this space? And the answer is documented in colonial records that are sitting in the British National Archives right now as I'm speaking in this space. Because when Lord Lugard arrived in northern Nigeria, he faced an administrative dilemma. He was, it was a situation that it was so difficult for him to make a choice between the southern region and the northern region. And the Sokoto Caliphate, that time, which is still existing till today, which made up of the Fulani Islamic Empire that had ruled much of the north since that early 19th century. They were very, very powerful. They were organized and deeply entrenched in what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. So the Fulani under Osman Dan Fodio had launched the Fulani Jihad in 1804. I'm just trying to answer that person. And also by 1810, they had already established firm control over most of the Hausa states. You see, so they were not a loose band of headsmen as people claim they are. They were an empire on their own, with court, with their own tax system, with military structures, with Sharia law governing their daily life, are still doing it till date. So Lord Lugard defeated these people militarily. But in 1903, the caliphate at that time. So Lord Lugard had a very big challenge to do, because this is where the decision was made that created everything we are living with today. Lord Lugard looked at the Fulani Emirate system and made a calculation and said, okay, this is what we are going to do. It was not a moral calculation. No. And this is why Benjamin Netanyahu said, it is not enough for you to say you are morally correct. It is not enough for you to say you are right. You must have structure. It is this structure that the Fulani had that has put us in this condition that we are today. This same structure. So when I was trying to answer this person's message, I was like, look at what Netanyahu said. It is about structure. Without structure, you will be thrown off balance. This calculation that Lugard made that time was so costly for him, governing the north directly. And he wanted to replace the entire emirate structure with British administrators. He wanted to replace them with British courts, with British tax collection that will require thousands of British officers to migrate to the northern states. And it was very, very expensive for him. But you know what? As a crooked national, which they are, he now had a second thought. Because he knew that this will provoke continuous resistance from a Muslim population that already had their own deep system of governance and religious law. So this was where he had the dilemma. How can I handle this situation? Which Tinubu had gone back now this week, last week, sorry, to renew this contract. And if you look at the revenue that time, it was groundnut and cotton and tin from Jos. And because of this extraction of these resources to Britain, they had to build a railway so that it will carry these resources to coastal ports and to England. So Lord Lugard now, seeing himself in this difficult situation, had to say, okay, let us make a deal. He went to the defeated Fulani emirs and said, okay, we have conquered you, you have seen. We have won you militarily. The right to rule now has been given to us as the British people. We never start space yet. So this is just you know to let you know what we'll be talking about today.
That
so
is
I'm
your
going to
preamble.
this information. This information is from the Colonial Nigeria historical record. I'm going to read it word to word for you to understand. Address to defeated Fulani enemies after the conquest of Sokoto 903. I had to jot it down. The Fulani in old times conquered this country. They took the right to rule over it. They levied taxes. They disposed kings and to create kings. To dispose kings and to create kings. They in turn have, by defeat, lost their rule, which has come into the hands of the British. All these things which I have said, the Fulani, by conquest, took the right to now pass to the British. The emirs and chiefs who are appointed will rule over the people as of all time and take such taxes as are approved by the High Commissioner. And please, if you are just joining the space, tomorrow is our fundraising. We don't have enough money. We only have 70 agenda. Show harder, my people. Please, support your freedom. Send your receipt, make your payment. All of us here, we are very many. Make your payment and please send me your receipt. Tomorrow is our fundraising. We have been doing very well for space donation. Let us not go back, please. So that is where I extracted this information from. Colonial Nigeria Historical Report. Lord Lugard's address to Fulani emirs in 1903. It has been published in multiple academic sources. You can go and look at it. So that was what he said. So he told the emirs, you conquered this land, you had the right to rule, to collect your tax, to appoint. Did you hear? To appoint and remove kings. So you lost the right to us by that military defeat. Okay? But we are now giving it back to you under our authority. You must be answerable to us. So the emir at that time said, okay, we agreed. Because why did they agree? If they did not agree, they would lose their preserved power. So the emir at that time said, okay, we agree. Because it will preserve their power. It will preserve their courts. It will also preserve their tax collection. It will preserve their Sharia law in all their territories. It will also preserve the entire Fulani ruling structure that has been built since 1804 by Usman Dan Fodio. So Britain did not fight the Fulani because fighting the Fulani was expensive and unprofitable for them. But in the other way around, using the Fulanis was cheap and profitable. I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying here. So indirect rule through the emirs require fewer British officers. Unlike before that, they wanted to bring all their structures and replace it with the Fulani's own. They said no. And Lord Lugard said it would be so expensive and risky for him. So it was cheaper for them to use the Fulani. And it was also profitable. It cost them less and it even generated more revenue and maintained order. So, but what did it do to the middle belt and the Biafran side was a mess. What happened to us was a mess. In fact, catastrophic in nature. Let me put it like that. Because Lugard's indirect rule did not just allow the Fulani emir to maintain power over their traditional territories. No. It now made them to extend and entrench that power over people who were not under the Fulani rules. That is me and you and everybody in the middle belt. All the thief people and that our government have said, Ranimo, don't worry, we will take care of them. We know, we will take care of them. And this is where Mike Anwar was saying, hey, stop to talk about Biafra. People that are saying that people went and responded to Maikano, you have not been following Maikano, because if you've been following Maikano, you know that Maikano has been fighting for one Nigeria. Maikano came out recently, in fact, this week, to talk about Biafra because he has seen the work of the Biafra Republic government in exile. Maikano has been a one Nigerian, is working with Save Nigeria group. Yes, he said that we should work together in unity. Asking what has he done to support the unity? He's after his NGOs and businesses in Nigeria. So Biafrans did the right thing to go and tell him in his hand, don't shut up, don't tell us to stop Biafra. You don't know anything about our suffering. That is even by the way. Oh. So all these people now, they were part of what we went through. We were not under the Fulani rule, because of the power that Britain gave to these people, they had to extend it to us. That is what happened. So what did the Britain do now? British officers now impose Hausa Fulani administrative structures on all of us, the Biafrans, those in the Middle East, that had their own governance system, and we were never accepted to be under the Fulani territory or authority. But in the real Biafra land, that time they used to call the Igbos. What happened, which is still happening to us today? It is still happening whether you believe it or not. That time, Igbo had no centralized authority for the British to walk through. Compared to what the Fulani had, they had their structure. They collected tax. They did everything. So Britain worked with the structure that the Fulani had. But when they came to the southern part, we had no centralized authority for the British people to walk through. There were no emir, there were no caliphate, no single ruler who could sign his people's compliance, nothing. So what did the British do? They could not apply indirect rule the same way they tried to create artificial. What did they do? They created artificial warrant chiefs for us, and it failed. And in 1929, our women rose up. Now, the women in Biafra struggle today. Where are they? Where are those women that should continue what our women did in 1929? A fraction of them are there fighting, talking about hijacking, talking about people don't donate, fighting His Excellency doing all manner of things. Women with two breasts in front of them are the ones now fighting against the freedom of the Biafran people. But to God be the glory that we still have women who still carry the same spirit of our women in 1929. And we are here to finish this job. We are many. We are here to finish the job. Nothing can stop us. So our women rose up because the artificial warrant chiefs that the Britain created for us did not work. Our women rose up in the women's war. So there was a mass uprising against the British people, against their taxation and interference that was put down with gunfire. They killed in dozens because our women rose up. So the British respond to our resistance with direct military support. Whereas the British respond to Fulani power with accommodation and entrenchment. So that differential treatment, now look at it. The Fulani enemies empowered, the certain people were suppressed, which is still happening till today. So that suppression is the root, and that empowerment is the root of everything you see in Nigeria today. So Britain is the root of our problem. When that 1959, if there was a 1959 election, the result came up. Because I will not take a lot of time. This is not a. So I should just give a rundown of what we are going to talk about today. In 1959, there was election. And when the election came out in the northern part of it, southern part of Nigeria, that southern part, that is the Biafra part of it, the eastern region part of it, there were two parties, NC and the Action Group. Now let's look at how many seats did we have. Those two parties produced 162 seats. And the Northern Hausa Fulani also had their party called MPC. What did they have? 134 seats. Please, if you were born by this time, you have the mic. Before we start the space, I'll soon drop it. Now, look at what Britain did. The South, we would have used this number of seats, 162 seats, to form our government. We would have used it to form our government. But the Britain last colonial governor, Sir James, intervened immediately. What did he do? Which is still happening today. He invited the Northern NPC. They used money to buy over the minds of some of the members of this two political groups, specifically NCNC, from the southeastern region. Sir James, who was the colonial governor of Britain that time, invited the NPC of the northern part to form a coalition with the southern NCNC by passing Action Congress. It is still happening today as we speak. Divide and conquer. Divide and rule. When they were together, they got 162 seats. There were enough for them to form a government and had structures like the Fulanis did. But no, they brought them over and they put them with NPC. They bypassed the Action Congress because this man was afraid. And this is documented in academic record as I speak. Go and do your research, you see it. And his fear was that if the two certain parties form the government, the same government that the saboteurs are still fighting against us today, but they came very late because the same snake cannot bite us twice. He was afraid that if the two certain parties form the government, that the North might leave the Federation. Did you hear it? And if the North left, the oil, which was just being discovered at that time, would be in a country that North no longer control. That was his fear. So Britain needed the North in the Federation so that the entire country resources could continue to flow in a single economic system that Britain companies could access. Nigeria was created by Britain and for Britain benefit. Why are you dying for it? So Britain lost colonial governor engineered Nigerian first government to ensure that the Hausa Fulani North was in political control. And now in 2026, as we speak, Tinubu had to go to Windsor and sign deal with the same crown. And the Fulani headsmen are in communities across the Middle Belt and in Biafra land armed with weapons that passes through the borders that are supposed to be monitored by the 6 foreign intelligence agencies who are busy signing MOU with Nigeria every week, every day, every month. And the EU is signing a deal that includes reintegration of Boko Haram fighters. Switzerland have also signed the deal. So the Fulani equation was never solved by Britain because Britain never wanted to solve that equation. They created it. They handed it to independent Nigeria as a time bomb. Now it has exploded. Even when it has exploded, they have nothing to do than to ignite more fire. And now they come back with loans and investments, package that creates jobs in Skuto. Not the one that will create jobs to the Nigerians anymore. Did you understand? So that is what I wanted to, highlight before we start the space today. So, welcome. Please share the space as you are joining. Somebody has given us his receipt. Let me announce your receipt. Biafra free energy take. Oh, my brother. He has given 5,000 a J. Thank you so much. Mazeli, as the king said, I will donate 3,000 a J for the space today. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. I've seen it. God bless you. Please, if you are here, kindly send your receipt and we will announce it. If you don't want me to announce, it is fine and good. So welcome, my people. We are about to start the space. I don't even anybody have anything to say before we start. Totti come the King David come the CEO come the
Hi, veteran dragon and professor, come do. Our Eunice Mwada, come do. You did well in your Canadian town hall. I'll still be saying it every day. Stanley, come do. Chidi Ebere, come do. The Comfortable Fulani Williams, or Guinea, everyone, come do. Welcome, welcome. Our brother family, come do. Welcome. Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay, Mama, you have the mic. You want to speak now?
Um, okay. Biafrans, I greet you.
Yes, before we start.
Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. Biafrans, I greet you all once more. Let God continue to bless us with intelligent men and women all over the world. We thank God Almighty for our leader's life, Mazen Namdekano. He's still there, and we believe and hope in God for his release and the release of our Prime Minister, our first Prime Minister, Mmeji Buago, Mazi Simon Ekpa. And I also thank God for our current leader, Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere. You all know that in this freedom fight, we are not here to fight for position, but we are here to fight for our freedom. And based on what the title is, we all know why Nigeria was created and who created it. They amalgamated us in 1914. That is the three ethnic groups. Wazobia, Wa is Oduduwa, Bia is Biafra, and we all know that Ariwas are the North, Hausa, until Fulani came and joined. And when they came, nobody stressed them. Nobody terrorized them. Nobody drove them away. But no, they kept pushing, 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 until the English people that came to look for greener pastures in Africa, they came and started fighting. Even when they were fighting with France over Cameroon, they have to go back to Berlin in the 1840s and thereabout to fight who will keep Nigeria and who will keep Cameroon. Then it was Royal Niger Company. When they came, and them and Fulanese reached this agreement that Tinubu came recently to strengthen. Biafrans, all this information and historical establishment, we come here to give people fine ideology and fine and tailored researches. It's not that we are too intelligent, but it's just like a reminder that we started from somewhere. Before that 1914 amalgamation, we were Biafrans. Our fathers had no opportunity we had today, but they managed to fight. Before slavery by the Europeans, Muslims, people of Middle East, started enslaving our people. But our forefathers resisted them. What am I trying to get at? Nobody is asking anybody now to go to combatant war or to fight. The war we have at hand now is war of finance. Because recently, as recent as last week, when Tinubu came, he had this loan of 746 million pounds. You know that pounds is very strong. Think of it in naira. how much it is in their pocket. Now, Europe added their own 288 million euro to support Nigeria. What do we have? Nothing. But we have so much. We do have so much. Our oil, our gas. Because as far as history has it today, there is no oil deposit in the north. If there is, I don't know. There is no oil deposit in Oduduwa Nation. There is none. It is only in Biafra land, starting from Cross River State, the one they call River State, Iguacha, Imo State, even some part of Abia, Warri, all in our land. But they wouldn't let us go. They wouldn't let our hands touch them. So what do? We have to resort to what we can provide for ourselves. As for those who are on the internet writing junks and pages of how you are crying for their money, ill-gotten wealth, my people, I will tell you something as a matured person, as an elderly person. When God don't want you to be using dirty something, he has a way of shifting that thing away from you. All that money, we don't know whether it was all this blood money. We don't need it. No, we don't need it. We are not crying for anybody's ill-gotten wealth. Onyendo, our leader, is a prophet. And whenever he prophesies, everything he prophesied about comes to pass. He said that Biafra will come. And Biafra is on its way to come. And that those people writing thesis on their X handle, rubbish and junks, telling you that Mazi Simon Ekpa, Mmeji Buagu, that we love so much, that he's a Jackie that never gets tired. He will come out again and start developing or establishing or introducing another government. Biafrans, is to your tent, O Israel. When everybody is talking, no one is talking. We should listen to ourselves, count our benefit and our losses, and being amalgamated to Nigeria is one of our losses. But how do we resolve it? By coming together. Those who have brains, not mental health patients, not psychotic patients, coming to tell you what to do. Because we don't notice any of our branches that fell behind us. They are gone, they are gone. What we are here to do is, if we donate, even if it is 10 ejema, bearing in mind that our leader have said it, that Biafra will definitely come. It will come. What do we have to do? We have to support our government in exile. Mazi Simon Ekpa is very educated. Forget about the spoken English. He didn't study in an Anglophone or English country. That's why it is a little bit difficult for him sometimes. But that guy is very intelligent and very educated. And Onyendu said, go and listen to Simon Ekpa. That was when Onyendu crowned him. And the Mazi Simon Ekpa nominated Mazi Ogekere when he made him to go and register Biafra Republic government in exile. And anybody talking any trash, we don't care about what they are saying. All the nobodies in this Biafra struggle are trying to be somebody. All the nobodies wanting to be somebody. What is relevant in this struggle is Biafra coming, and not any wakapas. We don't care. So, Biafrans, tomorrow is our fundraising. That is the nitty gritty of all these long stories. Go and support. Go to our website. Donate. No matter how little, we appreciate it. If you know how much that Canada raised on Sunday, at least it's something. They did so well. And this kudos to God Almighty, Chukwu Okike Abiama, and kudos to the Canadian reps, and kudos to Biafrans that came to support them. We don't need dirty money in what we are doing. The situation is so dirty already, let alone adding another blood money or ill-gotten wealth into what we are doing. We are very decent people. We are too decent to be associated with non-entities. And when God remove a non-entity from you, please don't cry for them, because they are nothing but distractors. We are not here to massage anybody's ego. Yes, Britain created Nigeria. It was first of all called Royal Niger Company. And when Flora Shaw and Lord Lugard came, they rebaptized it. But we are no longer part of it. We left when Nigeria expired. I have never seen any country in this world that has expiry date. Only Nigeria. So the money that the Europeans are paying them, is it up to 1 barrel of our oil? It's not. They have been taking this oil for too long. Is it not time for us to work hard and go home and control our oil and our gas? At least God gave it free to us. So for this very 288 million euro, Europe is now telling the world that they are the ones that own Nigeria. They are the ones sponsoring Nigeria terrorism, because they are telling them in one of the packages of, that's the one of the terms and conditions for that loan. One of them is to rehabilitate terrorists, including the ones that Britain will give to Tinubu, with 70 million to look after the criminals deported from UK to Nigeria. Nke a bụ nke ndị Igbo na-asị ọkụkụ ife ịzọ n'ụkwụ adịrọ mma ọtụgharịa tinye ya ọnụ. Nigeria is not good. It's not nothing to write home about. They are now taking criminals from UK, and Europe have now shown the world that they are the ones controlling that country, and we are not part of it. But unfortunately, all our brothers who are doing business, they don't know that them are the ones paying for these loans. And I was reading on Twitter somewhere at the homepage, you see where Chinese were dragging Nigerians to come and pay them. So the oil, our oil, is doing a lot of goods to the wrong people. And some idiots are busy writing nonsense, talking nonsense. All these contractresses that Nigeria has contracted to come and destroy Breji, you have failed on arrival, and you will continue to be failures. Ndioshi, after stealing those blood money, where is Obi? Go and support Obi. Go back to your root. Dead root. We don't need any one of you coming here to annoy my nation. You are all idiots. You are all fools. Ndị nzuzu. Ndị anya amara ebe esi wee tụta imefa. All these nobodies wanting to be somebody. We are not here to fight for title or to fight position. We are here to fight for freedom. So get it into your tin skull. We were not eating from the grass before you wallowed in your local, as if you are walking local in Acapulco and wallowed into Breji. God has taken you out. We don't need you. You know yourself. We don't need you. Anything, anybody that is not in Breji, God does not want you to fight with us. We don't need anybody to come and pollute us. So, we will let the dying horse get rotten in the bush. We don't care. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Come here and come and start painting yourself black. Simon Ekpa is your slave, he's your servant. Stop knocking heads together. Simon Ekpa and Mazio Genkere has nothing against each other. They are men and they fight like men. He danced with our charter, and Mazio Genkere is holding the flag high because that's what our charter says. And if you don't love him, to hell with you. To hell with you. We don't need you. We Biafrans, we are so pained losing our brothers and sisters on daily basis in the hands of Marudi Fulanis from Futajalon. And you are here talking of money. Money bukwaga ebanwa. Useless fools. Anyway, Biafrans, I trust you people. The few of us that are here, we know why we are here. We love ourselves. Mazio Genkere, I remember, he was always addressing Mazi Simon as my boss. And that is love. That is love. Until you people started creating these internal factions that will destroy all of you one by one. We love ourselves. We love our leaders. And what we are doing, we bring them out. Ndibani, aga me nyunu 10,000 eje. And aga me send the receipt to my sister, Tutos. I'm still here. Thank you. Work with what you hear and what you know, what you see, not with what you are told by all these non-entities who don't know their background. We don't know their background. Thank you so much. And I'm still around. They won't.
Ndewo, Mama. Ndewo. Thank you so much for expanding on that. In fact, it has even reduced, and we have to start the space now fully. Thank you so very much for that support and the submission that you've given to the Biafran people. Okay, we've not started the space. It is now that I want to start the space. Okay, so David, briefly, so that we start, and Onyenye, the one, welcome. I need calls to anybody that will be free. Onyenye, let me send it to you.
Okay, thank you so much. If it is not Briggy, it can never be Briggy. Briggy don't have counterfeit. If you know the original, you will always associate with original. There is no way you can come into Briggy and destroy Briggy. Our Prime Minister, first Prime Minister, and our leader, Mazin Nandekanu, said, we are indestructible. Our Prime Minister, when Briggy was unveiled in 2023, he said that Biafran people can no longer be taken for a ride, that nobody is going to hold Biafran people hostage, and no matter what anybody does, you can never destroy Briggy. So anybody, group of persons, individuals that are fighting against Briggy, you are fighting against your own freedom. And I want to remind each and every one of us that our leader, Mazin Nandekano, also made us to understand that it is practically impossible for everybody to fight for Biafra. But he advised you to support the Biafra restoration project because it is for your own good, it is for your own betterment. If you don't support Briggy, what do you gain? Mazin Nandekano, our leader and our Prime Minister, first Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpanjo, could they understand that we must have to have a government for us to be free as a people. So Biafrans, I want you to support this government. This is the only government well known, recognized in Washington, D.C., that is fighting for the restoration of the independent state of Biafra. There is no other government. So if you are supporting another group or you are supporting anything other than the brigade that is under the Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere, I want you to know that you are making a very grievous mistake. So welcome on board as we fight for the restoration of Biafra. Thank you so much. I yield my mic.
Thank you, King David. We will reach that section so that we have a lot to speak. We want to start with the area that mentions some people that died all because of Nigeria. And then please prepare your own submission, those of you that are in the space. I only noted few people, like 2 or 3 persons that died because of the love of Nigeria, believing that Nigeria was created for the interest of its citizens, not knowing that they were all fighting for Britain, for the benefits of Britain. So we'll start with that. Before we start, my co-host, thank you so much for accepting the co-host. So that is how we run the space. Immediately we finish this section now, we will go to our government, because Biafrans need to understand, and please also prepare to pick up the mic and help to elaborate more on the difference between government in exile, an organization, and the freedom fighting that will now catapult us to analyzing the press release and create more awareness for the Biafra people to know that it is only Brigade that is there to fight for their freedom. So that is how the space has been structured to run today or this night from my location. So welcome each and every one of you. If you are just joining the space, only few people have shared this space. And please kindly send your space donation to Maurice at Fundraising, and there's no money in the purse. Thank you, Mama. I heard your donation. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Say hi to Biafras before we start. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I come out loud? Am I coming out loud and clear?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. The Madam herself, Madam Tutor, for hosting us once again.
Don't add Madam, don't add Madam. Tutors. I'm not a Madam, please. Tutors. Madam is fake. My name is Tutors. Call me Tutors.
Okay. Thank you for hosting us, Tutor herself. And thank you for our own minister, Beautiful, that is here. And our own David Nana. David Nana and our minister that is here. I want to ask a question. I received an email saying that there will be a cabinet meeting. Was it on Monday? Is it coming from our own brigade or the other defunct this thing or the one? Because I'm wondering if this is...
Wait, ask him in his back channel, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, all dear friends, for coming as we are about to unleash our roads. on the few Nigerian terrorist governments. It is obvious that the Nigeria have mapped out a very big money to fight against what we are doing. I can see the handwriting all over everywhere. Somebody like this woman they called Lolo, whatever she called herself, I see the kind of rage in her, in the way she's defending IPOB. I was asking myself, is it not this woman that says that she's not a member of IPOB? Why is she killing herself defending IPOB? All these things are the handiwork of Nigeria and their money they are paying because they know that the clock is really ticking very, very hard for them. So I want to ask our people to remain strong and to be strong. But the time it is very difficult is the time we are getting to the end of the road of the, as in getting the solution of what we are doing. So once again, I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are joining us from. Thank you very much. As we move on, I yield my mic here. Thank you.
No, thank you. That was very quick. So, Biafrans, it is now that we are starting our space today. Ekondo, share the space. Today is Friday. Yes, we are happy to gather again as the genuine Biafrans. I'm so happy and excited to have each and every one of you and those that will join us later and those that will listen to the space later. So please, let's prepare to work together and then create this awareness. It will also help the Biafran people, especially those that are not even aware of what is happening, and some of our brothers and sisters who believe in Nigeria, believing that Nigeria is a country, not knowing that Nigeria is not a country. Please prepare to speak to the Biafran people. So, as we rightly heard from the first part or the introductory part of the space, the northern part of Nigeria was very expensive for Lord Lugard to run, and that was why they had to bring the southern part to mesh with them so that it would be profitable for Lord Lugard. You see, it was not about governance, it was about revenue. So from the very first day we were meshed together, people were already saying that it was wrong, and those people were right. Now, here is what most people may not seem to know, not us Biafrans, those that are still believing in one Nigeria, that the name Nigeria was invented in 1897 by Flora Shaw, 1897. And this woman later became the wife of Lord Lugard, because whatever you do to Britain, they will give you something in return. The name of the country you are being asked to die for was invented by a British woman 17 years before the country even existed. You see? So before your grandparents were born, before anyone in Biafra land, Yoruba land, or even in the north was consulted about anything, none of us except the Fulani people were consulted with the name Nigeria, and then they brought us together and imposed this country artificial oven, put all of us there, which is still burning us till today. So we have to break out of it. So when the independence came in 1960, what has really changed? The faces at the top, but the machine still remained the same. So the Nigerian legal system was built directly on British common law. Nothing was dissolved. Upon independence, the new government did not write new laws. They copied England's law wholesale. They didn't remove anything. They didn't delete anything, including all the laws that were enforced in England on January 1st, 1900. Laws from 1900, and you can imagine that most of those laws have since been repealed in England itself, but Nigeria is still keeping those laws. So you are today being governed by a colonial operating system that even the colonizer has uninstalled. So we want to talk about people who believed in this project, people who gave one Nigeria everything they had. And I want to start here because this is the most painful part of it. The topic says Nigeria was created by Britain for Britain benefit. Why are you dying for it? Why are you dying for it? So I want to briefly talk about people who serve this terrorist country, this artificial country, most faithfully and believe most deeply, because they were the ones destroyed completely. And one of such person was our General Ironsi. We have many, that is why I say prepare. We have many. I didn't have time to jot down many names because we don't have, I'm not the only one that to speak. And if where I make mistake, please, when you pick up the mic, kindly and modestly make some corrections if you feel I've omitted something or I have added something, not only to me, with every other person that will speak, because we don't know it all. So he was the one who stopped the coup in Nigeria in January 1966 from succeeding. Yeah. So when young military officers and some of them Igbos attempted to seize power, Ironsi was the one who intervened. And he restored discipline and handed over it back to Nigeria. He was the Igbo man who saved the Nigerian state. And he believed in one Nigeria so deeply that he put his body between the coup plotters and the government. That was what happened. And then we also have another one, Nnamdi Azikiwe. We used to call him the Great Zik, the first president of Nigeria. And he was also a man who, when other regions were pushing for separation, argued loudest for one Nigeria. And then when Chief Awolowo and Ahmadu Bello were pulling in different directions, it was Azikiwe, who was an Igbo man, a Biafran, who convinced everyone that unity was the future. He gave his entire political life to this project of one Nigeria. And then we look at Ojukwu himself before he declared Biafra. He was one of the Nigeria's most committed military officers. So when the January 1966 coup was happening in Kano, Ojukwu was stationed there. And it was Ojukwu who foiled it in the north. He told the people himself later, I stopped it because I believe in one Nigeria. The Aburi Accord of 1967, which was the last chance for peace, was an agreement that got one side and then ignored. So Ojukwu spent the rest of his life after exile trying to participate in Nigerian politics. He ran for president, ran for senate, joined party after party. Nigeria never gave him what he gave to Nigeria. You see, so these are not founding figures. These are people who built this thing with their bodies and their intelligence, and Nigeria used them up and discarded them. So what exactly are ordinary people dying for if these are elites? You see, what are ordinary people dying for even when the builders were destroyed? Why are they dying? Why are they dying? Why? Do they have reasons for dying? Because I want to talk about what it looks like when a country genuinely values the people who die for it. Because I've seen some countries that people die for that country. What we are saying is that the Nigerian government loves to talk about is sacrifice and supreme patriotism, like Musa is saying now. One of the things that Musa is telling the students how to fight terrorism is the last one is patriotism, innovation and research. So they like talking about these things. So I want to really look at what it really means when you die for a country. And I'm going to use America as a case study. Because when if an American here, please, you let us know. Because when an American soldier dies in service, we have seen it few days now during this war. The process is immediate and structured. The families will receive a notification officer, someone that will dress, in a uniform. They will come to their home in person within hours. They will receive a burial flag and they will receive a full military funeral with honors. the widow or any surviving spouse will receive dependency and indemnity. They will also receive compensation for the rest of their life. The children will receive education. I want to listen, please listen if this is applicable to Nigeria. The children will receive education benefits. The family will have access to housing assistance and healthcare, grief counseling. So these are dedicated veterans affairs case. They are dedicated veterans affairs case workers. Sorry, because I had to jot down few of the benefits that they received. And there's another one I came across that there is congressional representative. They will respond to their calls. So the death gratuity will be paid immediately upon death, which is $100,000. If I've made mistake, I'm not living in the US. And the country does not just use the word sacrifice. They back it up with systems, they back it up with money, they back it up with human beings whose full-time job is to make sure that family never falls through that crack. Now, let's see what happens when a Nigerian soldier dies for Nigeria. Hey, we've seen a lot of videos out there. We've seen many widows of soldiers killed in active service, left completely alone. No stable income. What am I even saying stable? No income at all, not to talk of being stable. No clear information about their spouses, nothing on how to assess any benefit about their husbands or about their wives, earning, nothing. And we saw one widow a few months ago. One widow described having to travel during COVID lockdown, carrying 4 copies of every document just to make sure her husband's death was properly recorded in the army system. And I'm going to read exactly what she said. She said, if I had not gone myself to update those documents, I would still have thought everything was fine. The army had not contacted her. Nobody had called her. And the coordinator of the Military Widows Association, Nigeria, they are very quick in forming association. So they have Military Widows Association in Kebbi State. So that coordinator quickly revealed that approximately 30% of widows whose husband died in service have still not accessed their life insurance or death benefit. These are even people that are aware that their husbands are dead. What of those are not even aware? And that a lot of them are wallowing in poverty and hunger. She said on record, some of the widows, she added, regret marrying soldiers because of the ill treatment they have received after their husband's death. Now look at, did you hear the word regret it? So they regret marrying Nigerian soldiers because they don't have value at death. So women who send their husband off to die for Nigeria, they regret it. This is not me that is saying this thing or a Biafran activist saying this. This is the coordinator of the Nigerian Military Widows Association speaking publicly. And on Armed Forces Remembrance Day, in this year, 2026, January, the government stood at the podium and talked about supreme sacrifice and courage permanently etched in history. And I'm like, what do they mean by supreme sacrifice? While 30% of the widows of these sacrificed men cannot find out how to collect their insurance. And it is not just soldiers. I want to also tell you about athletes, those that participate in sports. In a country like United States, when an Olympic athlete dies or falls ill, it is a national news. We always see them organizing funds, mobilizing funds. The government will respond. Medical team will also respond. So there are systems there. In August 2024, let's listen to Nigerian's one. A Nigerian sprinter named Favor Ofili, I don't know if we can still remember this girl, could not compete at the Paris Olympics. Not because she failed to qualify, not because she was injured, no. Because Nigeria Olympic official forgot to register her. Nigeria Olympic official forgot to register Favor. And this was not the first time this thing happened. In Tokyo 2021, she was among 10 Nigerian athletes barred from competing because officials also failed to arrange the required a doping test. So she spent her time training for years, and she was among the fastest women in the world that year. And then June 21st, 2025, 22 people, those were all athletes, including their coaches, medical staff, a journalist returning from Nigeria's National Sports Festival, were killed when their bus went off the bridge. What is the topic? Why are you dying for Nigeria that was not created by and for you? Why are you dying for it? Why? They don't care about you. 500%, 500%. Air Force rose 500%. There is a news here, let me read it. An investigation found out, despite a long history of fatal accidents involving Nigerian sport team on road journeys, road travels remain, listen, the only option. Listen, because what? Airfares have risen over 500% in 3 years, making flight virtually impossible for government-funded team. So because of increment in flights, they are now telling their athletes to use a public transport on land and go for any competition that they are going, because they cannot afford this little increment. But what? They can afford to pay the terrorists. They can afford to place them on a payroll. They can afford to steal the money. Now you go back and ask, all this money that the international communities have been pumping to Nigeria, what are they doing with the money? The government could not put 22 people on a plane. That same government unveiled a new presidential aircraft that same year. And how much did they spend? 21 billion naira renovating vice. They also spent 21 million naira renovating vice president official residence. But they couldn't have money to put 22 people on a plane. They all died in accidents. Because why? They are going to sacrifice. They are going to represent Nigeria, not knowing that Nigeria does not exist. 22 people who carried that flag, who gave their physical best for it, died in a bus because Nigeria chose not to fly them home. And people call them the pride of the nation. The same pride of the nation who died on a highway. This is a system functioning exactly as designed. A system built in 1914 not to serve the people of the land, but to extract from them. And 61 years after independence, the direction of flow has not changed. The resources keep on going up and people keep on going down. So who is Nigeria protecting? Who is Nigeria protecting? Because I don't understand. Let's look at what is happening here. Because in August 2024, we saw young Nigerians across the country. They marched under the hashtag of End Bad Governance. And they were not asking for revolution. They were asking for food. They were asking for fuel prices that will allow families to buy food and eat. Because once they increase the fuel price, you cannot buy food to become very expensive. So before the first protesters had even stepped outside, the army had blocked roads in Abuja. Security forces killed at least 13 people on the very first day. The military spokesman said publicly that the army would not allow a repeat of EndSARS to happen. Meaning the lesson from EndSARS, where they shot civilians at Lekki Tollgate, was not, we've not shoot civilians. So the lesson was, we should prevent people from gathering before we need to shoot at them. So a year after those protests, we could see Amnesty International reported that Nigerian government had ensured zero accountability for the killings that happened. Now, Boko Haram kidnapped 272 girls and made the world scream, bring back our girls, right? You remember that story. And they have burned 59 schoolboys alive in the dormitory. The group has killed tens of thousands of people across the country. More than 50,000 have been killed by Boko Haram. What has Nigerian government done with them? They have done absolutely nothing. Nothing. They don't care. So why do you as a Biafran still believe in Nigeria that you know nothing about? In Nigeria that was created by Britain and for Britain, instead of you to come and support your freedom? Why are you dying? Election has come. They have brought a city boys to you. City boys have collected money in Ghana must go. They have given you peanuts and they have trapped you to come out on the election day for them to kill you. Why? So many of you died in 2023 because of Nigeria election. You went there to support Obi. And at the end of the day, thinking you could change what Britain had built, at the end of the day, you were killed. The same military killed you. What did you go for? To go and reform Nigeria. You can never reform what you did not build. You can never. So what are you supposed to do? Come and support your freedom. In 12 states of Nigeria, 36 states, Sharia law has been fully implemented since the year 2000. There have been lots of death sentences for blasphemy. A 16-year-old sentenced to 10 years with manual labor for doing what? For using foul language in an argument with a friend. What of the young music studio assistant that was sentenced to death for WhatsApp message that was considered disrespectful to their prophet? What about that? What of forced closure of Christian school to observe Muslim religious month? Nigeria is not for you. Nigeria was created by Britain and for Britain's benefit. Why are you dying instead of you to come and support the only country that have signed to protect you? All that they need is your J and your Ejema. Nigeria is playing the Iran templates. Iran did not become what it is overnight. It became what it is through a slow, deliberate expansion of Islamic Sharia into constitution, into their schools, into their courts, into their dress code. While government chose not to intervene, while the constitution was ignored piece by piece, and international observers were told there was nothing to see there, Nigeria is running that same template right now, and they will kill you. There is nothing to mince word. That is what it is. They will kill you because they don't care. Britain will give them the go ahead to kill you. Why? Because they need to drain your resources. And you will not do anything. That was the reason I started the space with that little background, for you to know that Britain created Nigeria. You know nothing about Nigeria, so why are you dying for Nigeria? Our Onyendu had already said, why are you dying for something you know nothing about? Why are you also killing your brothers and sisters, fighting over what you know nothing about? Right now, the United States is the only major power that has looked at what is happening in Nigeria. How did they come to look at it? Because of the work of the Biafra Republic government in exile. And what did Nigeria do to respond to this? Nigeria did not do any other thing than to go and pay the lobbying firm to conceal that there is no genocide in Nigeria. That is what Nigeria did. And know what? They have hired 4 contractors. 4. It ended at 3. They have added the 4th one. The first one is DCI Group with 9 million, over 6 months. And who was in charge of this one? Ribadu. Now, you know their tax very well. What were they supposed to do with this $9 million US dollars? They were tasked to specifically tell the US Congress that Christians are being protected in Nigeria. And this group was led by Doug Davenport, a veteran Trump appointee. So Nigeria knew exactly who they gave out this contract to go and deceive US Congress that Christians were not persecuted in Nigeria, that they've been protecting them. The second group, BGR, Government Affairs, registration 5430. What is their own money? 150,000 every month. What was their task? And is still their task till today? Engaging Congress and the White House on U.S.-Nigerian relations through what? A Nigerian corporate pass-through. And the third one, Adomi Advisory Group. Registration is 7683. Still hired by the Nigerian Ministry of Finance. You see, they have shaped this group, and each of them are benefiting from the money that they are paying this firm every month. Now, the Nigerian Ministry of Finance is the one that hired this state group, Adomi Advisory Group, to do what? Ghostwrite letters submitted directly to the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee. And you know, this is a committee that was holding the hearing on Christian persecution in Nigeria. Not just lobbying, writing. So they are going to write letters to the Congress people in this committee, making them appear to come from other sources. That is the task for this state advisory group, Adomi Advisory Group. Now the fourth one, this is the one that should make our blood to run very cold. Valco LLC registration 7373. They received their own by January 9, 2026. They filed it with U.S. Department of Justice. And let's look at the registrant in this one, Matt Moore. And if you ask, who is this Matt Moore? He was President Trump's senior White House advisor at the State House Department from day one. That was January 20, 2017. And he worked under Rex Tillerson and Mike Pompeo. Now, his own biography says he handled North Korea, immigration reform, and the global coalition to defeat ISIS. That is why I say you should pay attention to the profile of this one. Now, he ran Trump's 2016 campaign, field operation, and he also ran for Congress twice on his Trump credential with endorsement from Kelvin. Now, he worked religious freedom issue at the State Department, and he knows what ISIS does to Christians. You see, he knows very well what ISIS does to Christians. He knows what the CPC designation means and why it was issued. And on December 30, 2025, 66 days after Trump had signed that designation, Moa's firm registered as a foreign agent for Nigeria, and their fee is $120,000 a month. They have received the first payment, $360,000 on the day of registration. And then they will pay $105,000 to the subcontractor, you see, and $60,000 to another. So Trump's own man now is being hired by Nigeria to undermine his policy, paid money. You see what is happening? This is the man that knows exactly what ISIS does to Christians, and he has collected money to go and lie that Nigeria is safe, that there is no genocide going on in Nigeria. I don't know if you are following what I'm saying. He has dealt with ISIS before, but he decided to be bribed to go and lie that there is no genocide going on in Nigeria. And some people also went there on the 25th to lie that there is no genocide going on in Nigeria. But I need to tell you something that is happening on the other side of this fight. Because while Nigeria is spending billions and millions to deny the reality, there is a government, not a movement, not a Twitter account, not a WhatsApp group that you can delete today and create another one tomorrow. There is a government in exile doing the most sophisticated Biafran diplomatic work in the history of this struggle. So it is left for you to support the government or not. And that government is the Biafra Republic government in exile. That government holds its own recognition by the U.S. Department of Justice as a legal representative, an entity for Biafra independence. And on January 14, 2026, His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile, Ogechukwu Nkeye, was unanimously elected by Brigade Cabinet to lead this government. He is not hijacking anything from anyone. No, it is our government. bringing with him all the years of direct Washington engagement and diplomatic experience as the government finance minister, which he was when our first prime minister was here. And he was also the Washington representative who used to send pictures to Simon Ekpa. When we finish all the meeting, he will say, my boss, this is the update of what we have done today. Here is the evidence. I have spoken to this one, I have spoken to this one, I have spoken to that one. And then what will Simon Ekpa do? He will bring it to his social media handle, X handle, and share it. You and me, and you, the saboteur that is fighting Ogechukwu today, will also help him to share, even though most of you were still in obedience. You knew nothing about Simon Ekpa. So you did not share it. You don't know anything in Briggy, and you were blabbing your mouth here and there. You were busy, all of you were busy campaigning for me, even all of you in that CRC. Rubbish, Nadi, you were there. The evidence is out there. Campaigning to keep Nigeria one. So it is good that all of you that were one Nigeria and you will all die for one Nigeria, you have clustered yourself together. Because you are benefiting from Nigeria. Ogechukwu has been the man. And we have achieved a lot. Because Nigeria has been spending money trying to make sure you don't know this. We have achieved a lot. We have our lobbyists. A lot of diplomatic meeting has been going on. It is Biafra Republic government in exile that can stop those bombs from reaching the Nigerian military. It is us that can stop the bombs from reaching Biafra land. Because we are going to make noise, and we've been making that noise, alerting the world in Washington, D.C., what is happening. So it is only the government that can wage it and stop it from reaching you. But they will not stop you with their saliva. You have to fund. Here I'm shouting, bring your space donation and support the space donation. Nobody. Especially those that will listen to this space after. You know my handle. If you are not following me, I'll follow you back so that you send your receipts. That man is His Excellency Ogechukwu. So the Biafra Republic government is different from everything, every other group, because it is a government. It's a government, it's not a group, it's not a fanfare club. And I want you to understand, because it is the reason citizenship in the future Biafra will not be a gift. It is something that you must build and fund it. Because of this, let Mike Anon also know, we have shared the document to him. Biafra Republic government in exile passed formal legislation. Legislation Bill number 02262026, which titled Official Brigade Policy of Support for Persecuted Christians in Northern and Middle Belt, Nigeria. We signed this document and we have passed it in as a law that we will provide safe haven to Christians from the Northern and Middle Belt who seek refuge in Biafra. And the policy includes the granting of automatic Biafran citizenship to such individuals upon independence, in a manner analogous to how Israel served as a homeland and refuge for Jewish people wide world. And independent Biafra would serve as a safe haven for Christians in West Africa. Briggy adopted this policy after consultation with the US senior officials. We had to report to Rallimore and say, fear not, this is who we are. It was not a group that responded. Okoma could not respond because Okoma's group, they are made up of one Nigerian, and then they are playing politics in Nigeria. It happened in 2023. One Simon Ekpa, whom they are claiming they love today, was busy canvassing and saying no election in Biafra land. Ngozi Rabeze, Mamma Abu, what is the other one? That's a mouth like Mudara. What is her name? Rubbish, Nadi, Periwinkle mouth. All of them in that group, including Ajeri, they were busy playing Nigerian politics. That is the reason they have come together. Like minds rub together. And today they are claiming they love Simon Ekpa. The same people that backstabbed him. The pictures are there. Or maybe they feel he will not come out. He will come out and see what you've been doing. Even in his presence, you were still backstabbing him. How much more now that he's in the prison? So what the Biafra Republic government in exile did is historic. Because one of the principal concerns raised by Ralimo was answered by our government. What happens to the Christians in northern Nigeria and in the Middle Belt? If Biafra separate and the rest of Nigeria drift further towards Islamic governance, Brigi answered that question immediately. Why? Because we don't believe in being right. We don't only believe in being moral, we believe in structure and organization. We believe in diplomacy. And that is what has made us to stand tall today. So we answered the question directly with a law that we will take them, we will give them citizenship. Biafra will be for Christians in West Africa that Israel is for Jewish people worldwide. That is a guaranteed homeland for them. That is it. We know who we are. So we pass this law in direct response to Ralimo concern. So when you hear Mike Arnold coming out to talk nonsense, it's because he doesn't have the information. He was busy playing one Nigeria. So he's looking for a way to fit in, to see if we can add him to the list of those that supported the Biafra freedom. So he has our website. If he doesn't have, I want to call it for him to hear. Go there, Mike Arnold. All the money that you've been receiving from NGOs to support your NGO, receiving from different organizations to fund your NGO these guys that you are carrying out humanitarian services in Nigeria. We have people in Biafra land that also need this aid. Go to our website www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org. Go and click the donate button and also fund us because we have people that are in need of help in Biafra land. Terrorists are there, burning their homes. They need a place to go back to. So don't sit there and start to direct us on how to run our government. Come inside with your money because we've not seen any proof of your humanitarian services in Nigeria. I have not seen. You were busy colluding with or mockery. Show us what you have done. And then we'll believe you. But stop coming to tell us to stop Biafra after 55 years. We will not stop. We can never stop fighting for Biafra. They must hear our voice. So Brigi is that government, a functioning, legislating, and diplomatically active government. It is not dead with a prime minister who has sat across the table from the Speaker of the House of the United States of Representatives. That's who we are, a government in exile. So our citizenship will not be free. You must support for you to get this citizenship. It's not going to be a gift that will be handed over to you. It has never worked like that anyway. Not even for Israel, not even for Ireland, not even for South Sudan. No. Every person that has built their freedom into reality has done it through sustained discipline, financially backed work, not with prayers. So the diaspora funded it. The lawyers worked for years without guarantees. The lobbyists made the meetings happen, and the documentation was compiled and presented in international forums over and over until the world could no longer look away. That is what freedom fighting is all about. We are coming to that one later. It is not magic that you put money today, tomorrow you expect results. It is only politics in Nigeria that can do like that. Collect a bag of rice. Oh yeah, vote for me, you vote. That ends it. And then tomorrow you go hungry again. We don't do like that in Brigi. Irish diaspora in America, they funded Irish independence for generations before it happened. The Jewish diaspora funded the legal, diplomatic, and military infrastructure of modern Israel before it became a state. South Sudan did the same thing. So these are not romantic stories that I'm giving to you. These are blueprints, and Brigi is following that blueprint. Brigi is not a WhatsApp group that today you will create, tomorrow you destroy and go and start again. Next tomorrow you say this one is not working, destroy it, let's start another one. Shuhada, who does that? Do you know what we spend to register the business and to reach this level that you feel you can just get up from your sleep and say, destroy it, tomorrow we'll build another one? This is not the temple Jesus was talking about. So pack one side All of you in that group should pack one side. We are following the blueprint of every other country that got their independence. So the question before you today is not about history, it is about right now. Because there is a prime minister in Washington, D.C., who has sat in rooms with the Speaker of the House. There is a law on record offering citizenship to persecuted Christians across West Africa. And there is a lobbying contract that is active and working. And there are congressional relationships being built and maintained every day as we speak. And there are questions being submitted to committees. There are meetings being held. Do you expect our government to be coming out to tell you the secret in what they are doing in DC, so that you go and link it to the Nigerian government? Since they refuse you entry into the nucleus of the government, you are jumping out like if from all of you jumping out using English. I don't even understand the meaning. Do you know the meaning of hijacking? You are the one hijacking Briggy's name because it is not your name. You stole it from the government. And now that the government is telling you, stop using that name. You will not cry to prison and look for who will salvage you. Stop using Briggy. It is not your name. You have no age. You are coming to tell us how to run our government. After you go back to your politics, all of you in that team, you are all the same person. So that is why we need you to come and support us now. So I'm asking you, not emotionally, I'm asking you as someone who has laid the evidence in front of you. Can you redirect even a portion of your resources to this one, to this freedom that we are talking about? Can you? Can you make the connection between what you just said and what it requires to change? Can you? Because if every agenda that goes into Briggy, every agenda that goes into Briggy Washington operation is a day that keeps our prime minister in those rooms. It is that agenda that keeps the truth in front of the Congress persons who have the power to block weapons sale to Nigeria, to impose sanctions, and to push for our freedom and recognition. But if you are sitting on the fence, waiting when the food is done, you will come and say, give me citizenship. Then you are doomed for it. You will not get it. So we know who is fighting for the Biafra people. The Biafra Republic government in exile is not a committee. It is a government. I will yield my mic here before we proceed to the main thing about our government that we promised to. This one just make me to talk too much today. So, yeah, so please share the space if you are just joining. Welcome. My co-host, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. 24/7 here.
Speak and speak now before we go to the next one. Yes, sir.
But that 247 that I just mentioned is not the one of that traitor. Yeah, I hope you understand what I mean by that.
Yes, I understand. Yes, my girls, I understand. Biafra, speak up the mic now. We are not going to stay long. Yeah, please go ahead, please.
You said so many things and writing points. So, okay, let me go ahead to contribute on our people, or should I say some of the things that is the problem of some of our people. Because I always like to use some, because you cannot generalize. Some of the big problem some of our people usually have is that they are just following something just for. They are not reading the handwriting on the wall. They are not accumulating or trying to as in retain what they have learned. So many of our people, or so many of us witnessed when our prime minister, our first prime minister, who said that this story. Are you telling me that you did not hear it? That stupid Ralph Ajere, the basket mouth himself, he never do well of somebody. Ralph Ajere, did you not hear when Prime Minister, our first Prime Minister, did you not hear when he said that in your useless 1 million years, that you can never destroy this BRGIE. But now, you think that by you forming a group, by you, because I see what is motivating this Ralph Ajere, because he is the player. Forget about all these ones that are claiming that they are professor with this and that and that. Ralph Ajere is the one, as in the forehead, as the one who is claiming to be the player, because he is the one they are using, believing that he is the one on the media. The same Ralph Ajere that told our first Prime Minister that Biafra will eat his head. Now you are coming to become the holy. When I begin to look at the kind of hypocritical life some of our people are living, sometimes for some days now I decided, oh, let me stay out of media for my own good. For some times now, let me say for some days now, I have not been punctual in the media. Because when I begin to reason the kind of life some of our people are living, it drives me crazy. You look at somebody like this stupid and useless and the fake 2419. Somebody who lie all manner of lie in order to defend Ngozo Rabese. Now he came out to claim holy Mweke. You look at stupid Adadi Orama, that as foolish as that woman is, a woman that can never be trusted, a woman that knows very well that Ngozo Rabese was the one who paid some people to go and shoot gun somewhere, and she now came back and said it was Oginkere. And these are the people you want me. These are the people some of our useless brothers are following. A woman that came out to confess that everything she had said about Oginkere was lie. And yet, she is still lying the more right now. And people are following her. Who do our people? Who do this to our people? Today you will see somebody who will tell you that this VRGIE, this Mazo Oginkere is the last bus stop. Tomorrow you see that person change and become something else. What kind of people are we dealing with? People that are not stable. People that are not integrity. And these some of people are the ones that will come out and tell you about integrity personified. What is different between these people and Shetima? My question is this: what is different between Ralph Ajere and Shetima? What is different between Ralph Ajere and Gumi? What is different between Ralph Ajere and the Hope Uzodemma? What is different between Ralph Ajere and the Soludo? Hope Uzodemma is selling his people because he's collecting money from Nigeria government. The same thing with Soludo. The same thing with Ralph Ajere. Are they telling me that they are not aware that what they are doing is not right? Is that what they are telling me? So our people should know the truth, because the Bible has said it and make it clear to every one of us who cares to know or who cares to understand that you must know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. If you fail to know the truth, if you are doing because you want money, you after money, that money will destroy you. I have built myself in a standard that I have said to myself, I can do something for money, but I cannot do everything for money. I am not saying it because I want to praise myself. This is the standard I have laid for myself. Money is not everything. Our people should know money is not everything. Learn how to be contented where you are. If you are lazy, you are the one who do yourself. Work. Most of you that are going gallivanting, betraying in one way or the other, you are doing it because you are lazy, because you cannot work for yourself. So without wasting much of our time, because we have other people who may likely want to speak, I must tell our people to stand up. Stand up and embrace the truth. Stand up and do the needful. Stand up and follow the road that the Bible has made us to understand that road is very narrow. The road to the truth, the road to life is very narrow. But if you can be able to conquer and to stand firmly, victory shall be yours. But for some of you that are looking for that road that is very broad, thinking that that is the road where you will enjoy life, or where you ask yourself, what can it profit you? A betrayer. What can it profit you? A sellout. What can it profit you? That person who is thinking that only you can sell the freedom of 80 million Biafra. Ask yourself, what can it profit you to gain the whole world and lose your life? Thank you very much. I yield it from here.
Thank you. Thank you, my co-host. Thank you so much. So, Biafrans, a lot of people may say, okay, who are these people? Because the next thing we really have to understand the profile of those fighting for the Biafran freedom. We are going to look at the professional profile of Briggy Washington team immediately when we finish this jingle. Because if you don't understand the profile of those that are fighting for you, you will not understand why you should support. You think that everybody are drunk, or everybody there, because of the group that you belong to, reason like the members of your group. So we will take time and explain that part, so that our people will know that Biafra Republic government in exile Washington team is not a fanfare club. It is not a breakaway committee. That these people are verified people that have credentials, operating team members. You see, it is very important for you to know who is leading you and who is working for you to be free. Everybody have the background and the biography of somebody that she's a mad woman. She's a psychiatrist. So everybody knows that one very well. And everybody knows the other middle group now, that few families came together. And if you look at them, all of them reason together, they now know that they are good for nothing. But they don't know the caliber of people that is leading our affair in Washington, D.C. Hey, I don't know if I'm clear in what I'm saying. So let's listen to this jingle, and then we will continue. And oil deals. I mean, how seriously are these groups being taken in U.S. policy, sir?
Well, it's serious enough that you've got people like Ted Cruz, who is the conservative senator who chairs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's a big supporter of the Biafra government in exile. He's a big supporter, actually, of the Somaliland region in East Africa. And Mike Pompeo, who was the former Secretary of State, and that was under Trump's first term. And even future military and oil deals. I mean, how seriously are these groups being taken in U.S. policy, sir? Well, it's serious enough that you've got people like Ted Cruz, who is the conservative senator who chairs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's a big supporter of the Biafra government in exile. He's a big supporter, actually, of the Somaliland region in East Africa. And Mike Pompeo, who was the former Secretary of State, and that was under Trump's first term. Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman marching on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever destroy. Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman marching on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever destroy. Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman marching on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever destroy. Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman marching on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever destroy. Well, thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Jim Moran. I served in the United States Congress for approximately a quarter of a century. After I left the Congress, I began to represent some corporations and countries and causes that I believe in. It has been an honor to work with you, Your Excellency. Elias Gerasulis is my partner. This is primarily Elias's account, but I'm going to be working with him. While I was in the Congress, I was on the committee that funds defense and the State Department Foreign Operations, as well as the Foreign Relations Committee. I have an interest in Africa. I was a principal co-sponsor of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. But most importantly, I do believe that Biafran independence is a just and noble cause, and I trust that you have a bright future ahead. We will try to secure your independence. We can't promise because the politics is not a particularly predictable situation in the United States today, and we will work towards that objective. I appreciate the opportunity to work on behalf of the Biafran people. And at this point, let me turn it over to Elias. Elias? Oh, thank you, Jim. And it's an honor to be working with you on this. And we appreciate your lending your support to someone of your prestige and stature. That association will be so critical. So thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, and dear Biafrans in the United States and around the world. My name is Elias Gerasulis, and I am a good friend and colleague of Congressman Moran, and we are your new lobbyists here in Washington, D.C. However, you should know that we are more than just your lobbyists. We are fellow freedom fighters in the struggle for the liberation of Biafra. And similar to how your compatriots and the Biafran Defense Forces are securing your freedom on the homeland, we will be fighting for your freedom in the political and diplomatic battlefield here in Washington, D.C. And we will make sure that all these U.S. officials, all these congressmen and senators understand that the Biafran independence movement is a pure democratic civilian uprising against injustice, the very same one that we had in the United States when we declared our independence from the British 200 years ago. On a personal level, I knew I had to get involved in this struggle, not only because of my belief in the Biafran cause, but my belief in His Excellency, the Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. As I got to know the Prime Minister, I could see that he has remarkable leadership qualities and vision. And I knew that instinctively that he was a man of destiny and that he will have a very important impact in Africa in the years to come. And I thought it was a personal duty to assist him. Already, the Prime Minister has made remarkable progress and has outsmarted the Nigerian system in many ways. The Prime Minister has done this with the self-referendum. He has done this with opening diplomatic liaison offices around the world. And I think by establishing a proper Biafran lobby in Washington, D.C., the Prime Minister has delivered his masterstroke. And if you can look at the Nigerian media and the social media, you will see that this is something that's been highly publicized. And I think this is because they understand the moment that the United States starts to gain more support for the Biafran cause, it will be a game changer. Because when the United States leads, other countries follow. Congressman Moran and myself are your voice to the U.S. Congress, your voice to the White House, your voice to the State Department, your voice to the highest offices in this great land. And we will not stop until victory is achieved. Long live the free, independent, and sovereign Biafra. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that brilliant speech there. Les, we're happy to have you on board, and we have a lot of things to do together. Thank you. This particular appearance today is just to present you to the Biafrans in the United States. As I made my promise, I have fulfilled it. It is now that we go out there and do what we know how to do best for the interest of the people.
Mr. Prime Minister, it's our honor, and we look forward to serving you in the cause. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. It was a pleasure to see you again. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chimara. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I thought I did. Oh my God.
Yeah, we have heard that, and we will be going into their profiles. But before then, let's do something a little.
I hate those people. I hate those people so much. I don't blame people for hating us. I really don't. I'll be honest, if I wasn't one, I wouldn't want anything to do with Nigerian people.
Yes, so our Ogechi Kabao, His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile, His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere. God's time is the best. Guinea, anybody that wants to go and hug Transformer is free. This is his time, and we are supporting him. And this is the Biafra time. It doesn't matter what you say. We are proud of what we have. This little nucleus, we are proud of what we have. If you know the meaning of nucleus, you know that the nucleus controls every other activity that is happening in the cell. So that is how strong and powerful we are. Yes, our brother gave his own contribution to what we said. He mentioned someone that also died because she loved Nigeria, and may her soul rest in peace. She said in the year 2000, this is from our brother Senator Endless. I love people that also do research to back up what we are saying. He said in the year 2000, fiancé of Glory Alozie died in a traffic accident. May she rest in peace. And they left her with the body they didn't help get the body for burial, even as he won a gold medal for Nigeria. That was why she nationalized in Spain. And then he said it is indisputable fact the problems and crises going on in Nigeria today is foundational. Nigeria shouldn't have existed on the first place, but British created for the economic gain. So the problem and crisis began. So the solution is dissolution. Thank you so much. Yeah, he said she started running for them till when she retired. I believe she's still living there now. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love this. Yeah, I've also added this to my archives that someone called Gloria had to go through all this pain because she believed in one Nigeria. You don't need to die for what you did not create. What you did not create. Britain created Nigeria. So now we want to now go through the profile of those who are fighting for the Biafran people, because it is very, very important for those that to listen, not even us here, because we here at least we know the profile of those that are fighting for us. So I want to take a moment to do something that I think every Biafran deserves to know. And I want to tell you properly and completely who is actually fighting for your freedom in Washington, D.C. right now as we speak, because there's been so much noise out there and so much confusion. Yes, and so much drama from groups using our name without our mandate. And some Biafrans have forgotten what the real brigade looks like. You see? So the real brigade is not a committee that meets on Zoom with no office address. It is not a press release factory signing document here and then signing its communication from an unknown location. That is not brigade. It is not a group appointing ministers without a country or special envoy without a strategy. because in my lifetime, I've never seen an envoy working for a committee or families. I've never seen that before. So we have to come back and know who Briggy is. The real Briggy that was built by our Prime Minister, whom he introduced it to the Biafran people, and is now led by His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere. And he also has a Washington team that represent Biafra at the highest level of American political and legal life. And today I'm going to go through it briefly to introduce you to the people in that team, especially those of you that are in the listening section or may not be aware that we have such an amazing and intellectual team members working for your freedom. So I'm going to go through their credentials with their verified professional histories, so that every Biafran listening or who will listen to this space later will know exactly what we choose for ourselves and exactly what the sabotage group could never replicate. If they try to replicate, they fall into the pit. I will do my very best, but my people are here as well. If I missed anything, please, you can pick up the mic when we finish and then give your own contribution. Solomon, I hope you can wait a little. Or do you want to say anything before I start? Hold on. King David, I've given you the mic. Any message before I start? King David?
I think he's having problem with. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, my co-host.
I think he's having problem with the. I think he's having problem with the network. I'm trying to bring him back.
So I should continue.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so I want to start with our Mazi Elias Garasolis. You know, he's the engine. Because everything about Elias's background explained why our first Prime Minister Simon chose him, and we also supported him and they introduced him to Biafrans, and why Patrick Smith, one of the most respected Africa analysts in Britain, who is also a British national, called him extremely effective in Washington, D.C. when he had that interview. And that was why I played it for you. Yes, Solomon? Yes, Solomon. Solomon, your hand is up. I think he cannot hear me. So every credentials I'm about to read to you is verifiable.
Am I coming out well?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I'm very grateful for giving me the microphone. In short, as I said before now, that you are one of the voices I want to be hearing in Bobby, and our sister, my beloved Betty. I want to be hearing your voice and all of us, because you are doing me good by your teaching. I'm in short. I don't want to waste time. I will not waste our time. What we are doing is divine. Our Elias is divine. God, by divine relation, we got him, and our first Prime Minister, being a wise man, adopted him instanta for more details, and that is where we are in. So I'm very grateful and very happy for what is going on. Forget about those confusionists or those that are confused. They will remain confused because they are not whiter, and they are not whiter than snow, as our spender has said. So if you are not whiter than snow, know how you will continue to this day. So God is selecting the people for the last moment. So God is with us. Alliance is doing great. Our PM, Coach Winker, is doing great. God is using them, and Balawa is doing great, Tuto is doing great, the 34 is doing great, and all the cabinets. We are wonderful. MIG and Bishop, we are doing great. So what I say today, any person that is not with the bridge is alone. If they like, let them go and borrow money from World Bank. They waste that money. If they go and spend their last account, they are wasting their time. Why? Because white people work with accuracy. The only people with the accuracy is preaching or led by Ugengere. So no two ways about it. So if you don't believe it, no Ugengere, go and hook near the transformer and pay there. We no leave, no transfer. We are in short. We are resolute. The language of our spring leader. We continue where they stop. We are there. Whoever that don't love Gekere, don't love Biafra, is the enemy of Biafra. So that we have no two ways about it. So I'm just saying this. Whoever it may be, if you like, be my mama, be my whoever it may be, and you deviate because of love of bread. Well, you deviated, and you die, and God will have mercy on you, the person. But as for me, if I turn back, I don't turn back. So I don't have much to say. Whoever that deviated because the strength is small. But there is still a chance. If the person can come in as a prodigal son, God will have mercy. If you never cause damage like I don't do it. Now the other man, what they call Ajere, so all those people, those people they are actors. I don't think they have no catalysm. Broken bottle have no catalysm. So that is by the way. So I don't, my battery is about to turn. It's ready now. So I just want to say this and close. So continue. And whoever want to talk.
Thank you.
Biafra.
All help Biafra, King Solomon. Thank you for that. Thank you for using that your little battery to speak to the Biafran people. They've heard you. Thank you so much. So, I was about looking into the profile of our amiable lobbyist, Mazi, His Excellency, Mazi Obong Elias Gerasolis. Now, you know, we all listened to the interview that I played and all the jingles that I played, where Patrick said Elias is extremely effective. It was not our Prime Minister that said it. It was a British national that said it. So, let's look at the firm. He has his own firm. You see, what you don't know is bigger than you. People that are sabo, they believe in fanfare. Notice me, notice me, notice me. But when you are working with educated people, they are not interested in all this notice me attitude, because empty vessels makes the loudest noise. They believe in outcome. They input something and then they expect an outcome. Just like what they are saying, that people are not donating in our freedom. Who told you? You think everybody comes to Allah and say, I'm giving 1,000 a year, so that, he or she is the highest donor. We don't do like that in Britain. We have heavy financiers in our backyard. They don't want you to even notice that they are donating. So when you say people are not donating because it's a Prime Minister that is leading, you are deceiving yourself. All of you there with that propaganda. Because there is something inside Ogechukwu's government. So when they drop, it doesn't make noise. But in your own group, because it is already empty, it will make noise with pakram pakram. It may even be that it is one person that is donating, others don't donate. They're all audio donation. So when they said, I saw some people say, oh, Moran Global sack Elias. Who told you? Because what you don't know is bigger than you. So initially, he was somewhere else with Moran Global, but he has started his own firm. He started his own firm early this year, and the name is Washington and Madison LLC. He is the founder, and he is the CEO. His own registered Washington, D.C. lobbying firm and consulting firm named after two America's founding presidents. That's the name of his lobbying firm. And previously, he worked with Moran Global Strategies. He was a partner and the vice president. And this Moran Global Strategies was founded by the former Congressman Jim Moran, who served 24 years in Congress. So Elias was a senior leadership at that firm before founding his firm. If you go to Moran Global Strategies website today, you will see the picture of Elias as a team member. And when Elias founded his own team and his own firm and registered it, he wrote there that he is affiliated to Moran Global Strategy. So those of you who that are busy because you are empty, you are looking at the first headline because you need to carry propaganda. Moran Global Strategy, he did not sack anything that stayed together. You are an idiot. Foolish people. Go there, you see. Also go to Elias's website, Washington and Madison LLC. You will see Moran Global Strategies as a team member. You are looking for fake propaganda to spread everywhere. They are still working together. But there is need for expansion because what you don't know is bigger than you. You think they will come out and give you reasons why they had to create their own, No, they can never behave like that because they are not empty vessels. They are not seeking for attention. They know exactly what they are doing. Now, he did not only work in Moral Global Strategy, but that was the last place he worked before he established his own. He worked with Livingstone Group, which is a senior Washington, D.C. lobbying firm founded by still former Congressman Robert Livingstone, who was Speaker-elect of the U.S. House of Representatives in 1998. He also, there's think tank, which is legislative director at the American Hellenic Institute, a Washington, D.C. foreign policy center and think tank focused on international affairs. So Elias is not thinking alone. When it is beyond him, which is why there is a teamwork, he goes to this think tank and says, can you advise me? You are highly intellectual in international affairs. I think I have some challenges here. Can you? Because it is not about him. It is about the growth of the team. We need to. He's after the progress. He's after the breakthrough of the Biafran people. Not, I don't know. Let us pray. So he has that think tank. And then United Nations, advisor to the permanent mission of grace to the United Nations. He has worked inside the UN system and breaking down where Elias has put his two legs and has gained wisdom. He has gained knowledge and the skills to work for the Biafran people. Not someone who got the title envoy imposed on him, because Joseph knows that there is no way he can act as an envoy to a committee. There is no way he can act as an envoy to groups of persons. No, who still believe that their leader should be giving them instruction from the prison. So the man is like, why should these people give me this title? That he has no idea of what this title entails, because it's not supposed to be applicable here. You see, you will hear a UN envoy to this state or US envoy. Those are all nations with envoys, not a group of two sabotage family coming together and making noise. So these are the areas that our Maazio Elias has put his 2 legs with his brain, everything in him, working and learning. He also graduated from University of Pennsylvania, which is one of the America's 8 Ivy League universities, the same institution that produced President Donald Trump. You see? So he did not buy his certificate like Choma Okoma and the husband. He did not buy his certificate like Imam Madabu and all those people in their group. He earned his degree because he needed the best. He had to study in the same university that produced the current president of the United States, meaning that he is an alumni. If President Trump stands, Elias will stand. Then what are we talking? Let us see Joseph stand now. Then, what is his specialization? Because when they asked Joseph, Joseph said it is prayers. International affairs, representation of foreign and sovereign clients, diplomatic engagement between countries. You can hear that even African countries now, they are looking for who has come here. They want to engage him. They want to give him the contract. They want Elias to be the head of their team, to be the head of their diplomatic meetings and engagement with all other countries. So they're busy looking for him. Say Elias come because they have seen what he's doing with the Biafra freedom quest. He's making name. Because for someone to make Washington, D.C. to hear about Biafra after 55 days is not a child's play. Because these African countries knows the way that Nigerian terrorist country have been suppressing Biafra since 1966 till date. So, excuse me. So for Elias, our lobbyist, to make sure that the United States congresspersons hear the name about Biafra and what has been happening in Nigeria, they say this must be a competent lobbyist. And we need him to lead us in areas we don't understand very well. And they say, Elias, come. We are proud of what we have. You, accountability group, show us what you have. All those DOS, IV, whatever. Bring your own now, let us see. You cannot bring it out. So he's advising presidents, advising prime ministers, head of state, and revolutionary leaders. These areas are the areas he specialized in. And does he have network? The answer is yes. I'm taking time for those that don't know where they're supposed to be, so that they will know those that are leading their freedom in Washington, D.C., not in one room. He worked closely with U.S. Congress. He worked closely with U.S. Department of State. He worked closely with National Security Council. He worked closely with White House, and he also leading think tanks and NGOs. You see? Now, I want to explain what each of these credentials means for Biafra specifically. Because a CV is just words until you understand why each line matters. We need to understand. Now, Washington, D.C., Washington and Madison, D.C., that is his own firm. So Elias did not just work for someone else's lobbying firm. He founded his own. Washington and Madison LLC is registered under his name. So this means that when Elias advocates for us, Biafra people, he is not just a junior associate following a partner's instruction. No, he is now the boss. He is the principal. He is the decision maker. He can, do whatever he wants to do. The person whose professional reputation is on the line with every move he makes for Biafra. Founders of Washington, D.C. consulting firms do not attach their names to causes they do not believe in or clients they cannot deliver for. So their reputation is the product. And Elias has put his name on it. So it matters a lot for Biafra. Now look at the Livingstone group he also worked with, because it tells you a lot about his level. The Livingstone group was founded by Robert Livingstone, who was elected Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives in 1998. And it is one of the most powerful positions in American government. So Livingstone resigned before taking the speakership, but his firm carries those congressional relationships. Yes, even when he was not there. So Elias served at senior level in that firm. Meaning, did he learn something? He learned a lot. That is why he's so experienced. So he learned a lot as he served at that senior level. So this tells you the tier of Washington DC operation Elias was trained on in a very high level, high class, the top level. So he did not come up through a small local advocacy organization, or neither was he even forced to resign because there was some, foul play in the department that he had, just like Joseph. Yeah, are you people aware of that? That there was some sensations of fraud in the department that Joseph worked with, and he was forced to resign. Go there and check his profile. Hey, but have you seen such case in Elias's case? The answer is no. So he operated in firms built by people who held the largest legislative offices in the country. Now let's look at UN advisor. That is where the international law dimension. Why does it matter for Biafra? Elias served as advisor to the permanent mission of Greece to the United Nations. So when you see him, that his brain is filled with what he has, sipped out from all these departments he has worked with. So his brain is filled with knowledge. He knows what he's doing. He doesn't joke, you see, now I don't know for now this, I don't even know this position they gave to me, blah, blah. Elias is not like that. The permanent mission is Greece's official diplomatic representation at the UN in New York. So this means Elias has worked inside the formal architecture of international diplomacy, not just in Washington, D.C. politics, but in the UN system. And in this UN system, you have sovereignty, you have self-determination and recognition in that same forum. So for Biafra case, which will eventually need to be argued in international forum, this experience is directly relevant for us. We don't need to go and hire a new person, like some people say, destroy this structure, Simon Ekpa will come out, open another one. No, we are not doing WhatsApp group. Neither are we doing women meeting. So when it is time to argue this and freedom in international forum, Elias already have the experience. So he knows how the UN works from the inside. We don't need to go and look for somebody that is new, who will be coming to tell us, you see, I cannot penetrate, let's begin to do prayer and fasting. He cannot tell us that. We know what we have. Then, the other one now, addressing president, prime ministers, and all the leaders, it matters so much for us because his official profile states he has advised these people. So, Biafra Prime Minister, our first Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, is in the last category of prime ministers that he also addressed. So Elias is not learning on the job with Biafra. He has done this before, so he knows what it takes to represent a non-state actor seeking international recognition. He knows the obstacle that will be. Didn't you hear the interview? Because of time, I would have played it again. Didn't you hear how he was educating our prime minister? Didn't you hear it? He was reading it, narrating it. You see the passion in him. And our prime minister was, wow, this is a wow. But when the other one came, all of them, they carry face like Hamatan Pupu. Immediately when the man said, I don't know, I have told you, I'm not who I cannot pretend that I am a finished line. They were like, yeah. You could see their faces like Hamatan Pupu. You know that time back in Nigeria, when you want to go to the stream and it is Hamatan time, the Pupu you see by the stream side, if you look at the face, that is how their faces were in that Zoom meeting because they did not understand. But in the case of our Elias and our first prime minister during that introductory Zoom, our prime minister was smiling so relaxed. Is that the government that submit just say he will come back and destroy or go and start something else? You are an idiot. I am telling you, I owe nobody apology. So our Elias has done this job before. So he knows what it takes. He knows which congressional office matters and which relationship opens which door. That is why our current Prime Minister, when they go to meet Congress persons, they are not confused in which office they should enter. They are never confused. Have you get any complaint like that we miss track? No. Because aliens had already been exposed. So he knows all these things. He knows the pathway. That institutional knowledge does not come from a think tank fellowship. It comes from years of doing this prophetic mind discovery. You see? So he knows what he is doing. Now, the Iroko, gong, the Amandabiri, that when Ngozi hears his name, hey, Ngozi will begin to say, who has brought this man to me? Hey, Amandabiri, the Iroko, gong. Now let us know, because I want Biafrans to know who is working for them. Tell other groups, all those splinters groups, to bring their representative. We want to check something. Hey, we want to check something. Amanda Berry is the General Legal Counsel to Washington and Madison LLC. This is the legal counsel to our Mazi Elias. Yes. So I want to tell you, Biafrans that will listen to this space later, about the lawyer. This man is a lawyer that provides legal counsel to Washington and Madison LLC, and by extension to Briggy Washington Operation. When I say Briggy, you know that it is us that we are talking about, because when I tell you who this man is and what he has done, I want all of us to understand. Please, anyone making mistake, when you pick the mic, feel free. I want us to understand the difference between this man and the former Blackwater Council, who says the fastest way to freedom is prayer. That is Joseph. Now, let's start from experience. Let me sit down very well, because this is the real space today now. Now, Amanda Berry has 28 years of representing and advising governments, even embassies, and multinational companies in international law. So he is not an amateur. He is not an apprentice. Where is his office? He has primarily in Washington, D.C. He has office in Paris. He has office in France. He has office in Belgium. So 3 offices across 2 continents. Did they hear that he rented it and put flag for a few minutes and removed the flag? No. Permanent offices. Let's look at specialization. He has up to 4 specialization. First, Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, that is FSIA, which is the U.S. federal law that governs when foreign governments can be sued in America court. This specialization in jurisdictional issues and exceptions to foreign immunity. Second specialization is on the U.S. Federal Court for Sovereign Client, and has petitioned for and opposed application for, they call this one, is it certiorari to Supreme Court of the United States. Now, specialization number 3. U.S. sanctions and offer compliance, the Office of Foreign Asset Control, the same agency that sanctioned Boko Haram financiers. So he knows how sanctions work and how to navigate them. Specialization 4, international arbitration, which is ICC, which is International Court of ICC, International Court of Arbitration, UCSID, which is the World Bank Arbitration Center, and the AAA Cross-Border Reinforcement of Arbitral Awards. Now, let's see Supreme Court. He has petitioned the Supreme Court of the United States on behalf of sovereign client. Not many lawyers in the world have done this, but Amanda Berry did it. Let's look at what they call Lockerbie case. Our mama is here. Anywhere I make mistake, this is law. She will correct me. He has served as a long-time legal counsel to Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. He also led U.S. counsel for the government of Libya in the $2.7 billion Lockerbie settlement that lifted UN and US sanctions and restored diplomatic relations between Libya and the United States. Okay, let's look at his sovereign client, government of Libya, Sudan, Armenia, Kazakhstan, among others. Now you have to include Biafra. And languages, he can speak English, he speaks Farsi, he speaks French, he speaks Armenian, 4 languages across that he can speak. Now, if you are asking me, why does this matter to Biafra people? It matters a lot. You need to know why all this profile matter to you. And we are going to start with the Lucky B settlement. Why it is directly relevant to us, the Biafran people. Because this is the single most important credential in his file for understanding what he can do for us Biafrans. The Lucky B settlement in 2003 involved Libya, which is a country under UN and US sanctions. And you know very well when you are under sanctions that you are politically isolated, accused of state-sponsored terrorism, achieving a negotiated settlement with the United States and United Kingdom worth $2.7 billion, which resulted in the lifting of all major international sanctions and the restoration of full diplomatic relations. So Ahmad Dabiri was laid U.S. counsel for that process. And what he did for Libya is structurally similar to what a free Biafra would need. We need international negotiations. We need sovereign recognition. We need lifting of hostile designations and restoration of diplomatic standing. So he has done exactly this at the highest level for real government, and he's ready to do it for the Biafra people. All you need to do is to fund. When we say bring your Eje and your Ejema, this is where it is going because they're not doing it for free. These are the people that are fighting for you to be free. And you need to fund. Support us. Start from this space donation. You see? So he's ready to do this for Biafra, but he's not going to do on credit. The Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act, it matters so much for us because the legal framework is what Biafra will need. So the FSIA governs when foreign governments can be sued in U.S. courts and when they are protected from suit as well. So for Biafra's legal strategy, this is very, very critical for us. Any future legal action against Nigeria in U.S. court, maybe for asset or for accountability, let's say for sanctions enforcement, will involve these FSIA questions. And Ahmad Dabiri's deep specialization in it, combined with his experience representing sovereign clients, means he understands exactly how government use and defend against this law. So this has been on both sides of those arguments in U.S. federal courts. We did not go for what will I even classify them? We did not go for people or clients that will come and tell us to quote Bible portion for us to get freedom. We went for people that have high profile and are competent in what they are doing. They are expatriate in what they are doing. We went for people that if you wake them up from sleep and say, how can you do this? They release it for you offhand. Not people that will delay to answer a simple question. His 3 offices in Washington, in Paris, in Brussels, he has this international freedom movement. So it does not only succeed in Washington, D.C. The EU Parliament in Brussels, the French diplomatic establishment in Paris, and the broader European legal framework are all critical to Biafra's international recognition strategy. So Dabiri has offices in all these 3 cities. So he can argue Biafra's legal case in Washington, D.C. courtroom. He can also brief European Union officials in Brussels and engage the Paris diplomatic community at the same time. So the sabotage group has no address. So Dabiri has 3. 4 governments as client matters a lot. Because when you look at the 4 governments that he has right now, and some that they've not even updated yet, the Libya, the Sudan, the Armenia, and the Kazakhstan, these are not private companies, neither are they prayer rooms. These are sovereign states, government with UN seats, government with diplomatic missions and complex international legal situations. So Ahmad Dabiri has represented all of them in U.S. court and in international arbitration. So a lawyer who represents government in U.S. federal court is not a stranger to any political complexity. He's not a stranger to contest sovereignty or to cases where legal arguments and the political argument must be made at the same time. So that is precisely the kind of legal work that Biafra path to recognition will require. So when we say support your freedom, we are not saying it because we feel like saying it. We are saying it because that is what we need. We have people that are leading you. We have people that are making sure that our voices are heard when all of us cannot go to Washington, D.C. So the sanctions and the offered expertise also matters a lot to us, Biafrans, because Ahmad Dabiri advises clients on U.S. sanctions compliance and OFAC enforcement. OFAC is the same U.S. Treasury agency that in 2022 sanctioned 6 individuals for financing Boko Haram through a network in UAE. So the Nigerian government has 96 named terrorism financiers in its own files who work free. If Brady ever built a case for U.S. sanctions targeting those individuals, Ahmad Dabiri understands exactly how that mechanism works from both sides. So he knows how to use it and how to defend against it. That is the point I'm making. And then we have the Jim Moral. I told you, Jim Moral is still with Elias. Elias is still with Jim Moral. What you don't know is bigger than you. He has been in the Congress, United States Congress, Virginia 8th Congressional District from 1991 to 2015. So 24 consecutive years. And he has worked in Defense Appropriation Committee. He has worked in State Department and Foreign Operation Committee. He has worked in Foreign Relation Committee. And he has African record. He was the principal co-sponsor of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, which is the primary U.S. legislative framework governing economic relations with sub-Saharan Africa. And he has Moral Global Strategy, funded after the Congress, and then he has served as partner and vice president, and is still affiliated with him. So, two now work together on Washington and Madison accounts, including Biafra. You get it? So this man is very, very useful to us. He sat on the committee that fund defense spending. So meaning that he also participated in every major decision about who gets American weapon and who does not. So he knows. He also participated in every major decision about U.S. diplomatic priorities around the world. And he sat on the Foreign Relations Committee, meaning he was in the room when America decided how to engage with foreign government, independence movement, and international conflict. So he knows everything. That is a map of most important rooms in Washington, D.C. for Biafra case. And Moral Global Strategy has been in those rooms for 24 years. His phone call still gets returned when he calls their members. So when they are deceiving you, hey, he's not doing this, who told you? African Growth and Opportunity Act is not a small piece of legislation that he wants, because it governs the entire framework of U.S. economic and engagement with 49 sub-Saharan African countries. So being a principal co-sponsor means Moral was one of the lead architects of how America relates economically and diplomatically to Africa at the legislative level. So his African interest, which you heard him informed our Prime Minister, is not something he developed to serve Biafra. It's not something he developed to serve Biafra. It predates Biafra by years. So he arrived at his course with decades of genuine engagement with African policy already behind him. So he did not make a mistake. So his Africa interest is not something he developed to serve Biafra. But it predates Biafra by years. So it is very, very important we fund our freedom. Those are the people that are working for us to get our freedom. So if you compare to those that they brought for you, you see that the difference is 7-up. Complete 7-up. I am not attacking this man. No. I am not attacking, what is his name? I am not attacking Joseph as a person. No. He may be a very decent man. It's not my problem. And he may have genuine intention, but intentions are not credentials. And Biafra's freedom is too important and too costly in lives and suffering and decades of pain to be entrusted to someone whose answer to the most important question in our movement is, I don't know. And the only strategy he has is prayers and letter writing to Cardinal for prayers. So why would they bring someone and use him to deceive Biafrans who would have contributed their money to the Biafra Republic government in exile, headed by His Excellency Okechukwu Nkeri? Why would they divert their attention? That is the problem here. Because they deceive Biafrans that as soon as this man comes, he's going to perform magic today, tomorrow, Simon Ekpa will be out. And they gave him the title envoy. And the man does not know what it means. Even those that gave him, they don't know the meaning. Because if they have brain, they would have known that there is no way they will have an envoy attached to a committee. What am I even saying committee? It's an insult to a committee. These are a group of families coming together to fight stupidly out of jealousy and envy. And believe me, few months now they will disappear. Because they will not have any information to tell Biafrans again. So it's too expensive. Our Mazi Elias has advised head of state. Amandabri has negotiated so many things. That is brigading that we started with, and we are still continuing with that. And it's continued today by His Excellency Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkeri, who is operating it right now. He's not hijacking anything. And the sabotage group is running a Zoom call, waiting for Cardinal Arinze to host prayer for them. So that session was for us to look at the credentials of those that are leading the Biafra people, and will continue to lead. But before we go into the script of their what is it called? Their press release, I don't know if anybody have anything to say before we go there. I hope you are still hearing me. Please share the space if you are joining.
Yes, we are hearing you. Let me check my mouth small. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead, man, before we start the next. All these people that are in this space, that everybody is working. Maybe if you are working, make good use of the comment section. Don't leave the space for me and Onye only, please. Or I'll end the space and we'll not go to the next one. Go ahead, my brothers.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me just choke my mouth from where you just discussed. You see, I think even the layman can see it. Even the blind that cannot see are seeing this very one. The reason that the blind are seeing it, just that some of Biafrans are not telling themselves truth. Some of Biafrans are follow. I don't know why you cannot make decision on your own self. I don't know why some of you decided that your decision will base on one platform that you went to listen. I don't know why you don't have this spirit of, the English people call it how do they call it? Design spirit, design spirit. You know, we are not Our language is not English. However I break it, you understand. Incitement, somebody that can be able to allow your spirit to tell you this is true, this is not true. If you have this spirit of God in you, you will know when you are going the right way and when you are going the wrong way. You see, so many of us have done something to an extent. We no longer have a conscience. Do you know the importance of a conscience? A conscience is a part of your mind that tells you when you are going wrong and when you are doing the right thing. I don't know how we can be able to compare Biafra, which the original, not even sometimes I find it very hard to say there is original Biafra. There is only one Biafra. The other one is back. That is why they are barking like a dog everywhere they are. Coming here to be differentiating or be telling us the portfolio of this and that, I think it does not make any meaning because there is no how you can compare. I don't know why some Biafrans will follow somebody who called the lobbyist, the attorney, which our prime minister, our first prime minister, the Obato Obiye introduced to us, and some gullible people, some group call them criminal, call them all manner of name. Then along the way they came back and said that if they should come back and work with them, and you Biafrans want to take such people serious. I don't understand. There is no way I can compare our own alias, our own Amanda Perry. There is no way I can compare them with this their recruitment. If you look at the way things is unfolding, you see that these people are lacking. They are playing their last card. First, they come with this Takia. Oh, they are bringing Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa to speak to Biafran. They bring him the first time. They bring him the second time. I think they brought him to the extent of the third time. Now it becomes obvious that that particular Takia is not working. What is the next step they took? They came back and tell us, oh, now they are working with what is this? Our defenses that are working in this our riverine side. This our forces. They came back and bring those people that they are not working with those people. In order to make or to buy the Biafrans or to make Biafrans to follow them, yet it's not working. Now they came back to bring our respected defense forces, one of them, which is gentle, believing that it will work, yet it's not working. Now they finally now come to tell us that they brought an attorney or whatever they call him. It's still not working. Are these people not tired of this their gambling that they are playing? The person who disappointed me the most is this woman that they call Chioma Okoma. I don't know that this woman, I don't want to use a foul word on her. But that woman disappointed me the most. Among all of them, that woman is the one I have so much respect. I hold her in a high esteem. But she disappointed me. Upon her level of education that she said that she's a professor and that she could not be able, hatred taking her unaware to an extent. Hatred made her to delay. So I am calling on you, Biafran, that are following them sheepishly. I am calling on you, Biafran, that are following them ignorantly. I am calling on you, Biafran, that are following them because of your hatred you have over Mazi Ogechukwukere. I don't know what Mazi Ogechukwukere have done to you, but look it in the other perspective that he's a human being. He may wrong you in one way or the other, but you should not because of that and say, okay, because of you hate him so much, for that reason, you should destroy this struggle. Nobody is perfect in life. This time is the right time to make a U-turn. This time is a time for you to turn around and do the needful. For the sake of Biafra, for the sake of freedom, for the sake of our land that Fulani will take if you refuse to turn around. For the sake of our people that Fulani are slaughtered, this military that are reintegrated by Fulanis. For the sake of the innocent people they are slaughtering, the time is now for you to turn around and do the needful. All of you have seen how Nigeria defense, what is it called, defense minister or whatever it's called, is using a prodigal son as illustration to convince their so-called Nigeria that Boko Haram are becoming a prodigal son, making people to understand that in the Bible, the prodigal son was forgiven. For that reason, Boko Haram should be forgiven. I have not seen this kind of a thing in my whole life. A terrorist that have killed, have massacred people, you are calling them a prodigal son. The Bible, prodigal son in the Bible was forgiven. For that reason, Boko Haram and all these Fulani terrorists should be forgiven. All of you have seen it. And what matters to some of gullible Biafrans is I'm calling on you tonight. If you are here for sake of freedom, if you are not here for the sake of for formality, if you are here for the sake of this freedom, this night, tomorrow is too late. This night is the right time for you to turn around and do the needful. Thank you very much. I have to yield the mic here. Day one, thank you. Okay, let me hand over the mic. Let me hand over the mic to our minister, our 24. You can take over the mic and speak to Biafra. Thank you.
Hello.
Sister Betty Ford.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, loud and clear, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Biafrans, I stand on the existing protocol and I urge everyone who is available to say something to Biafrans. The way I see Biafrans are like all these orphans who have no mother, no father, nobody to speak on their behalf. But my people, we have to learn how to take advantage of anything that is available and close to what you need. What we need is always different from what you want. You can want somebody that something that your life does not need. For instance, when you are not sick, you will be taking Panadol. What for? But when you are really sick, you have headache, You need Panadol. So what we need now is to get sense from what people are saying. A lot of things has been said, but before I go ahead, I have to remind us that tomorrow is still our fundraising. I have made my own donation, and that the link, I haven't sent my receipt to us. I will send it a receipt after this. I have made the payment. Now, Biafrans, why am I saying this? Most of us that live abroad and those who live in homeland, most of us are not properly educated. And some of you, they know themselves. Why am I saying it? I'm saying it because when you come to something that you don't know anything about, just take time, listen, watch. For instance, our sister, for example, she's a good researcher and a very good analyst. And you don't have to come and start fighting her for that. All you have to do is to watch and see what is left for you to do. She has analyzed, she has researched. After the analysis, you can evaluate. By using everything she's saying, she researched on, that she analyzed to you, to work. Now, she has researched on our lobbyist, Elias, a very powerful man. What makes a man powerful? When you have something above others, above your peers, people that you're supposed to be on the same pedestal with. But what they have, you don't have it. It is not for you to come and start fighting that person. But take time to learn. We all live abroad, in overseas countries. People that we respect so much. Because if your fellow black man tells you something, you don't listen to it until a white man says it. So we live in their country. We watch them. We like to behave like them, but we don't act like them. In a country, if there are 10 people, and one is engineer, one is a doctor, the other one is a soldier, and one is a police or a lawyer, they will allow each and every one of them to go ahead in their line of practice and specialization. It's not for you to come and be squabbling with somebody with what they already know. Go and learn your own. Or now, that's why I like to learn. I like to work with tutors. I personally, I like to learn. I went to university as after my civil service in the zoo, and I came to UK to study and went to uni and did all I did because I know that it is my duty to do that. And if there is no one who knows what I know, if you come to bring your jealous attitude towards me, you're wasting your time. You might as well use that time to go and study. Because what she is specialized in is not the same as yours. For instance, if you are a lawyer, we have academic lawyers, we have professional lawyers, we have teachers, we have lecturers. So, Biafrans, now she is a good researcher, she is a good analyst. Evaluate it. Use whatever you hear to work. As a matured person, I know that some of them that ran away because the standard they are seeing in this our space is beyond their skills and ability. It's nobody's fault that you are a stark illiterate. Go back to school. When I was in the uni, I saw a woman of 60. And she said to me, Betty, I want to be a lawyer. And I am 60 now. I must be a lawyer before I die. And she qualified. That is determination. Number one, if you want to instruct anybody, like the CRC went, Instead of bringing that money to their government, they went and wasted it. There is what they call a progress report or success rate. If you are going to instruct a lawyer, that's why in United Kingdom, if you are a lawyer, the Law Society will require you to hang your certificate in front of your office so that anybody who is coming to instruct you will be able to go and check your profile with the SRA, Solicitors Regulatory Authority, SRA. They will go there and search about you and even know your success rate before instructing you. And when they instruct you, it is also your duty to tell them what you can and cannot do and your area of specialization. You have to list it down anyway. So now they went and instructed somebody without checking his success rate to know whether he is a specialist in this area they are instructing him, whether he can operate in another country. They did not do it. Why? Because they are jealous of Ogenkere. They want to outsmart Ogenkere. They want to knock heads together. This is the only area we all specialize in. Fighting your own brother out of no reason. When you want to do something, ask yourself, why do I do this? What is going to be the result, the consequences of what I'm trying to do? That's the basic thing in life. Otherwise, you will lose. Because now, the money they paid that man, he is definitely going to be charging them hourly rate. They have lost that money where they were fighting Mazio Genkere's background. And they're telling you that when Simon comes out, Simon will go and form another government. Forgetting that Simon was the one who formed this Breji, who brought even this Elias and Jim Moran and all of them. Because he took time to research and know people who are capable of doing this work for us. And he was the one that made our prime minister now finance minister, because he is ahead of them. So all they could do is to knock heads together. And that's the advantage of the Fulanis over us. We are very good at fighting each other. And think and sit down and ask yourself, what do I gain in fighting my own brother? What do I gain? But Oyibo people, if they know the area you are specialist, they will leave you in that area and they will support you. Nobody that knows Mr. Ogenkere very well, his profile, whatever he is, that doesn't know that he is a good achiever for himself. And that was why PM, I love Simon so much. You people don't know. I also love Mazi Ogenkere. I love Onyendu. I love every genuine Biafran. But I hate it when somebody like my brother here said now that he was disappointed in Chioma. Me too. I am so disappointed with all that knowledge she claimed to have had. You cannot tell these people, come back. Leaving our government is not the best at this time. We don't need that. But she went with them because they are not fighting for freedom. They are fighting for relevance. They are fighting for position. Is that what we are here for? No. There are many educated, fine, well-trained, I don't know how to put it. So, Biafrans, when you come to something, sit down. It's just like the hen. When hen comes to a new place, it will stand with one leg and it will be looking around to know where to place the second leg and re-strategize if the need be. It's not about fighting with people who didn't do anything with you. It's because you have no such skill, and nobody is here to look for that. Just take your time. Stop fighting each other. This is the loophole that Nigeria government is using against us. And that's why they will pay somebody who professes to be Biafran working for Nigeria. Because they know that you hate yourselves. Some of you, not everyone. Because I know that the good ones are here and the saboteurs are here, listening to know what they will go out and say. So, when you come to something, don't keep fighting with your comrades. Do your own very well and leave the other person to what they are very good at. And that is what Oyibo people do. I have lived here for 38 years. Some of you are not even born when I came here. So, Oyibo people, they are many, and they will like to bring out brilliant people, as many as possible, support them, sponsor them. Because if some of you are Donald Trump, you see sometimes when Donald Trump is sitting on the chair, the two young men will be by his side, and he will allow them to talk. But if it is a Nigerian or a black man, he say, I will be the one to do everything. See the Cameroonian president, almost dying in his grave. He does not want to give the younger ones opportunity. This is our problem. Why? Your sister, your brother, he knows something very good. And instead of you supporting him, Mazi Ogenkere is not a failure. That's why Mazi Simon Ekpa gave him all the opportunities to do what he did when he was around. And the only thing you people could do is to knock their heads together. And that makes you a very thick man or a very thick woman. And you will be on the space telling people that they are crying because you are not giving them money. To hell with you. Before your money, we have been. And after your money, we will continue. This is to tell you that people don't have sense of reasoning and understanding. Sense and sensibility. That is the whole thing about this life. If you have 2 children or 3, and one of them is doing very good, all you have to do is to call that one or tell the other 2, watch your brother or watch your sister. You cannot be knocking their heads to kill the one that is very bright. Now, for CDS Oluyede, who said that the terrorists should be forgiven, nobody have ever heard those terrorists come out to ask for, beg for forgiveness. It is always the government begging for forgiveness of terrorists. That shows you that they are the ones sponsoring them. And now they've gone to UK to strengthen their relationship with UK. And the EU have now given them 288 million euro for Biafra not to come. That is all the whole ideology. So it is left for us to sit down mathematically and calculate the way forward, not to keep giving your enemies grounds to laugh at you or to derail you from the track of success. This is how life goes. So going back to this very man that I was listening to the other day, telling them that he doesn't understand what they need. He doesn't know. You have to do your visibility studies. Know the success rate of somebody you want to instruct, whether he even qualify or he's still in practice. What we are doing in Breji is definitely going to release Onyendu and Mazi Simon Ekpa. So why not come together? Ndị Igbo si na anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ọgbọ ụfụfụ. No Igwebike. But no. Those ones clouded with shadow of jealousy, evil-mindedness, backwardness, they want to go and start their own government. And when Simon comes, Simon will start another government. Shady human beings. Anyway, my people, I am still here. We have to come and donate, no matter how little. Even when it comes to space here, there will be many people as I'm scrolling up and down now, but only 2 or 3 people will be talking. This is the same mentality. We will still break that. No matter what you say, it will count and support what you are hearing. Anytime you want to go and instruct anybody, try and check their success rate. And that will tell you that that person has the skill or the professional skills to get what you want them before you engage them and pay them your money. But this money, instead of them to bring it to Breji, they will throw it away like they have thrown it now. Good riddance to bad rubbish. We don't need them. And God knows that we don't need them. That's why he gave them the opportunity to exit. Thank you so much. I know I have taken time, but please, I beg for your pardon. Thank you, Biafrans. All must continue to hail Biafra. We are here.
Well, our original mama all must continue to help Biafra. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. All must continue to help Biafra. Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody in form of a woman marching on this planet using your foot, walk around will ever destroy. Thank you so much. Our minister is in the house. King David, I sent the mic. Are you there, or Mr. Okay should go? Welcome, sir. King David, are you there? King David, are you in the other room? Okay, I think you're not there. Mr. Okay, are you close by before King David comes?
Yes, I am, if I may now, because very soon I have a very limited time. Can I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, good Biafrans. Please, please, all protocols are observed. I greet you all, ministers and the Biafrans in the house, and those that will be privileged to listen afterwards. I greet every one of you. Yes, the topic, the theme is very, very interesting, and that's why I just try to spare some minutes to ask one of you was in. Thank you, Wanda, to us, will be great. So, to this into the issue at hand, yes. I think what interests me most here is the Britain created Nigeria was created by Britain for one and only reason, best known to everyone. It's not hidden. It's not hidden. Before I go into that, yes, like what Betty rightly hinted, everything that is playing out now, all personal interests and self-aggrandizement of people who don't really understand what it takes to get what we want is very, very saddening, and is very, very difficult because actually, being highly educated is not the prerequisite to getting freedom or getting what we want, which is our freedom. You don't need to be very, very or highly educated to be offered in a freedom fight. Mostly, just there to bridge activists. And what is in this life is you use your potential or to be an elite. Let me just put it in a better way. An elite or academics are those who use their potentials to better the lives of those that live around them or the community where they live in. This does not only apply to those within the Biafran agitation, but generally, those, if they call themselves elites in the zoo in Nigeria and Africa generally, I don't really think they understand what to be an elite means. When you cannot deploy that to your privilege, to your advantage, to your academic potential to better the lives of those living around you or the community around you. So the Biafran agitation is absolutely a need that must be given utmost attention and whatever it takes to achieve. Because one, that is a designation of our enemies, the imperialists. I think I don't understand why many of them have not gotten to this extent to knowing why what is happening in Nigeria, to be precise, is happening. Sadly, a lot of our women, girls, young girls, keep jumping from one church to another, searching for husband, searching for suitors, jumping from city to city, jumping from whatever, living all kinds of immoral lives, because they are helpless. There are no men out there for them. What do you think is the cause of this? Because the young men who are even there, have nowhere with us to engage you, to marry you. And you cannot, as long as this situation is not changed, the problem will continue. And getting Biafra, getting freedom, freeing yourself out of this bondage will immediately solve this problem of lack of husband. Will instantly provide many young suitors to our young ladies. Don't you all know this? That is your problem. The reason why you keep on jumping here to there, every corner, searching for husbands who are not there, is because of the situation you are in. And you can never be free from that unless the Biafra is achieved, unless you free yourself from the bondage. So invariably, you are the ones holding yourself down. I mean, the young ladies crying, searching, thinking that their problems are caused by someone else, caused by this or that uncle or this. Your problem is because you have not realized that why you are not getting married is because of the situation in that country, which today have no solution in sight.
I'm 30 years old and I've never explored London. I'm not explored London.
So please, this quest for Biafra is not a personal want. It is not something anybody will hit his chest and say, I am doing this for me alone.
No, it is for humanity. It is for the general purpose. It is for the race. It is for everyone's good.
Practically, for crying out loud,
it's time we come out of this ignorance. It's time every one of you listening, those who have still refused to know, to acknowledge, to believe, to even have everything.
Before too long, she will have
explored that Biafra is ready for your freedom. And pretend, let me just point it again, does not love you as a people. Pretend don't give a damn about you, your welfare. Pretend an entire Europe don't care. That is why, despite everything, all the things that are happening there, you don't see them come out to criticize your government. But when a single thing, 2 people will be killed in Sudan, in Mali, in Seychelles, you will hear them comment. You will hear the whole Europe discuss it in their parliament. You hear the entire world. You hear the CNN, BBC, Sky, Al Jazeera. Bring it out in the media. But things that are happening right there, out there, in Biafra land, in Nigeria, nobody gives a damn because they don't want you out of this bondage. It is time that you all know that Britain created that place for their own economic benefits and not for you. And if you are a businessman, let me just generalize. If you are a businessman, you will never let go your major customer, your major buyer, to leave you, to go. Because that will cost you a lot. And that is what is happening to you if you refuse to believe that those fighting, agitating to free you are really the ones that love you. That is why you don't want to believe that you need to free yourself. You are actually the ones holding yourself, Biafrans. Let me just be a bit somehow meaty to those living in the zoo because they are deprived a lot from accessing information, adequate information. But what of you living in diaspora? If those living in Biafra land, in Nigeria, in that zoo country, will be excused, what of you that have access, you live in diaspora and you have access for information, and you refuse to queue in this quest to free your people? And you think you are intelligent? You are only just a fool. What is really education? Education is not only passing out in school or passing out of schools, attending schools or college to pass an exams. No, that is not where education ends. But unfortunately, it seems that the system there only allows it that you, everyone from that country, in that country, believe that everyone there believe that
49 years.
That your learning ends the very day you passed out of school. I think that is general belief of everyone. That is why immediately you leave school, you don't want to learn any further. Learning is also part of adventure. You
have to take time and study on your own, not just what you are taught in school.
And if my life
outside school, you owe yourself that debt to learn on your own. Here and then you have to be well equipped to know what gifts, to know how the world operates. But many of you don't hear.
We keep praying.
And those in diaspora, I think I just have to end it now. I'm just saying it here as it is, that you, if you are living in diaspora and you still don't want to tune in, you are not being honest to yourself, you are not helping yourself and your generations, you are not helping your children, especially if you have children living with you in diaspora, you are not helping them. Because your action, your refusal, means you have dumped them here in a foreign land themselves. They are lost forever. Because after you, they can never willingly pick up their bag to go or search where you come from. So that means you are the ones who have enslaved them in perpetuity.
When I tell you things,
every one of you listening to this, you are in diaspora and you refuse to fight for the freedom of your people. You have invariably enslaved your generation, your children, and unborn grandchildren by you yourself. And believe you me, if your children happens to learn that you refuse to fight for them, they will spit on your grave. Make no mistake about it. This is a direct advice for you to know that when the time comes and your children learn that you should have fought for their freedom, why you can, and you refuse to do that, they will spit on you, they will hate you forever, and spit on your grave. Please, those who are in this, let us continue doing what we have been doing. Let us not be discouraged. The thing is,
so as you live with me,
regardless of what others do or think, if you are resilient, if you know why you are here, don't waver.
Number two,
don't be demoralized.
As an elderly person,
keep on fighting. At the end, your effort will be
I'm telling you, me here,
compensated.
You cannot say my life is better.
Thank you, Biafrans. Tomorrow is our fundraising. I don't know if something is on today. I will support today's thank you very much for your time and for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Speaking to our people, was very informative, so that people have to know that Nigeria was created by Britain, and for Britain, not for. And only you have to do it now is to get freedom. Then please do me the favor whatever you can send either to my inbox or you can send to Mama Betty. I will get it.
Yes, I will do it maybe tomorrow because I'm on the way. Now I don't know when I will get to it, but I will definitely do it tomorrow.
It's okay. Thank you so much. We are all good. Our original CRC chairman, Toti, you have King David. I've sent the mic again. I don't know what is really wrong with your network. It will kick you out. Okay. Let Toti finish. You will have it. Toti, go ahead before we give the mic to David. Internet dealing with him.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, am I coming out, please?
If you walk,
yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me also thank you to Minister Oke for the 20 German space donation. So, continue to bless you, sir. Thank you for that. And let me also appreciate our leaders, those that are head county in Nigeria and Finland, and also our active Prime Minister Mazi Ogichukwu Kerry for their wonderful work, because every one of them are still working towards the freedom of over 80 million Biafrans all over the world, and we appreciate every day, each and every one of them are doing and still doing for the freedom of the Biafran people. We, the Biafran people, appreciate them so much. And the Biafran Republic government in exile, as it stands today, also appreciates their efforts. And the Biafran Republic government in exile has sworn to make sure that they do everything humanly and otherwise possible in making sure that they are free from wherever they are in county. And I also want to, appreciate all the ministers in the Biafra Republic government in exile, those that are here and those that will be privileged to listen to this space. When they are, well, I say the Chukwu continue to bless everyone with you. That is putting in their time, their energy, their money, and every human resources towards the freedom of the Biafran people. But I also want to appreciate the Biafran people, everyone with us that are here, and those that will also be privileged to listen to this space. And I want to appreciate you guys, especially because my ancestors then say, if Lisa don't come if nobody praise him, he will praise himself. But you guys have been so wonderful. You guys have been so wonderful. And I also want to use this opportunity to remind every one of you that every one of you, every Biafran is a stakeholder in the Biafran Republic government in exile, and every one of us is supposed to make sure that we continue to fund the Biafra Republic government in exile, because the Biafra Republic government in exile does not belong to our leaders. It doesn't belong to Mazi Nandikan. It doesn't belong to our first Prime Minister Mazi Saneka. It doesn't belong to even our present active Prime Minister. It's all the Biafra Republic government in exile belongs to each and every one of us out here. And it is our responsibility as a people to continue and also make sure we continue to fund the Biafra Republic government in exile. And tomorrow is our fundraising. Everyone of us should be prepared for tomorrow's fundraising. And I also want to appreciate the Canada ones people the last time. I also want the fundraising for tomorrow to also be more effective than the one for the Canadian rising people in Canada. Yeah, tutors, you've done a very brilliant and fantastic job here today. Although I've been trying to come up with but it's like Elon and his boys are very angry with me, but then thank God you helped me on that. And I came up with really, we did a very brilliant analysis, regarding the situation in Nigeria, and also most importantly, what greed represents. You did a very good analysis.
Very brilliant.
And I believe that every one of us here that is privileged to listen to this analysis that Tukas has done, most especially regarding what the Biafran Republic government in exile represents when it comes to the freedom of overeating among their
friends. Telling somebody,
listen carefully and talk down within that support, we see that the Biafran government in exile is on a solid rock.
I don't want to wait till I'm 40 before my life gets good.
It's on a solid rock.
You see what I'm saying?
And even the people that are fighting against the Biafran Republic government in exile, they know very well that the Biafran Republic government in exile
50,
is on
60,
a very solid
that's in the age where people
rock.
are looking to retire.
That is why
I don't want my life to start at a retirement age. You understand? And being someone that was born in a land of opportunity, I want my life to start before the retirement period. You understand? By 40, life slows down at 40. I don't want my life to start at a time where life starts to slow down. You see what I'm saying?
To eat in the future, because this is a government that is one you cannot do
sense of reasoning.
We're
Africans
regarding
don't really mind
Prime Minister said.
that,
He said,
even at 70, 80, you understand?
We
don't do things like that over here.
And when
you see what I'm saying?
So many of the people that is fighting against the Biafran Republic,
there's a system attached to ages
they did not get
over
the
here.
message right.
In Africa, you don't have systems attached to ages.
By the special grace of God, today,
and that's one of the problems why politicians are able to influence.
All are now getting the message clearly because we have a very strong gatekeeper that is it now. And that gatekeeper is no other person than His Excellency Mazi Oge Chukwu Kere. And he has been doing very, very much work for the Biafran people. And now he's now left to every one of us here. If we really need Biafra or we are just here to play around. Even the brilliant analysis that Putos did regarding, Nigeria. Minister Oke said something here, and I think that point, when he said he wants to generalize the topic, that a businessman will never allow you, to destroy his business, and that is what is currently happening in Nigeria as we speak. The Nigerian government, I want to pick out something there, and it's just I want to try my best to explain more regarding that because I saw something very, very deep in what he said, and that's what he said regarding that particular point is what we, the Biafran people, are facing right now. And if we did not come together to form the Biafran Republic government in exile, we cannot be able to push those shareholders because the people that will still sit on the table with us, with the Biafran Republic government in exile, where Biafra will be recognized, are the same people that are shareholders in Nigeria, most especially the European countries, because the Nigerian terrorist government have collected so money in the name of loan that needs to be paid back with mineral resources in Nigeria. And they will never let go. Because the way it was designed by them in Berlin, it should be an everlasting something that will never stop. So they will make sure that we do everything humanly possible and all the while to keep holding every one of you down, except to rise up in unity and form the Biafran Republic government in exile and also our Biafran defense forces that will force these shareholders, I call them shareholders, or the real owners, the highest shareholder is the British royal family. So I want every one of us to see it in a broader way that we are not only fighting against the Nigerian state. No, the Nigerians, we have already defeated the Nigerian state. The reason why our first prime minister is in finished prison today is because of the unjust sentencing of the European Union. They were the one that gave my marriage and my family. They were not the one that gave. Knowing fully well that he's an innocent man, but they jailed him because they are shareholders, and you must force them to the table radically. You have to force them to the table because that is how freedom is being gotten. Go and read the history of freedom fighters. Even the America today, they fought stakeholders, the shareholders in America then. Which this same British is the shareholder, is the highest shareholder in America then. But they forced them. As they are fighting the British royal family diplomatically and politically, they are also fighting with barrels of guns. Yes. Likewise, other nations that are fought for their freedom. So we are not the first people to fight. So don't let anybody gaslight you there or try to make you feel as if what you're doing is not right. What you're doing is the right thing. But it depends now on the pressure that you are putting regarding that thing that you are fighting for. Because if you don't put more pressure, you will not force them to think. And the pressure we are talking about now is the agenda. Some of us, we have this morning with us, but we are still scared, or maybe we are still afraid. Some of us are still saying, oh, that work apart from man. Just like, some people are still contemplating if you work or if you don't work. But I'm here to tell you today, Biafra is a done deal. What we need now is that serious push to force these gentlemen and women on the table. Yes. Because in a way, they are still trying to protect their interests. They call it interest. It's a political word for everybody. They are protecting their interests. And before you can be able to pull that interest out from where they feel that they are getting it right, some of them understand they are not getting it right and they will get a better offer in Biafra. But sometimes, they will like, they would like to watch and see if you have the strength or maybe if you are capable of protecting their interests. And if we are not seriously radicalized by funding the Biafra Republic government in exile, which is now in the forefront in Washington, D.C., speaking about the freedom of the Biafran people. If we did not fund the Biafran Defense Forces that are protecting our borders, protecting our villages, in making sure what is happening in the Middle Belt, what is happening in Plateau, what is happening in Benue, what is happening in the Northern region, what is even happening in the Western region. They will soon run over Kwara State. They are already running up. They are now in Oyo State. They are running up over there. And that is the reason why. Some people will say, but the attack in Biafra land is not much like the one happening in other places. There was a time it was much, but we, the Biafra people, we came together. We said enough is enough, and that is the reason why our supreme leader is being held today in Sokoto prison. We formed the defense of our land that are protecting our women and children. Not to be dying like those women and children that are dying in Benue, in Plateau, in Kwara State, in all other places. That's what we did, which is our right, self-defense. We have the right to defend ourselves. Since the Nigerian terrorist government are now calling non-terrorists, bandits, and Boko Haram, calling them their brothers. You're supposed to understand that, what that don't pass guy. Imagine, what is that? Is one? Is it the chief defense? I don't know. This one that came out about Tutos State Family. Are you there, Tutos? The defense minister, right? Can anyone even hear me, please? I might just. Wow.
We are hearing you.
Okay.
What's your question? Sorry, I just
what is the position of this recent chief of defense staff, right? This man that made this recent, statement that they are putting down songs and all that.
Chief of Army Staff.
Okay, the chief of Army Staff, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's chief of defense staff.
He's chief of defense staff, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, the so-called Zoom chief of defense staff is not calling non-bandits and terrorists prodigal sons and daughters. So you're supposed to understand the situation that the so-called Nigeria has found itself right now, and there's no remedy, there's no medication that can be able to cure that disease. The only way we can be able to eradicate that disease is to put fire upon it. Yes, it's just to put fire upon it, cut it off entirely. So, Biafrans, I want every one of us to understand what we are fighting against. Your freedom is not in the hands of our supreme leader. I will continue saying this. Your freedom is not in the hands of our first prime minister, and your freedom is not in the hands of our acting prime minister, His Excellency. The freedom of over 80 million Biafrans is in our hands. It is our responsibility, and we must live up to it as patriotic citizens of Biafra Republic. Yes. We must live up to it. It is our responsibility. So now is the time for every one of us to wake up. If you have been fighting against the Biafra Republic government elected, now is the time for you to come back, because there is nothing out there for you except what the Biafra is currently doing in Washington, D.C. There's nothing out there for you. Stop chasing shadows. Even the people that are deceiving you, they understand this simple fact that they are shadows. Some of them are not bringing opinion how to persuade our first prime minister to start another government, which is not possible. It is not possible. I said something the other day on our streets. Do you guys think if it is possible for Rabusolani to go there, you know, he has tried and he has said that there is no way. People have already analyzed this thing. Look at the people the Biafra Republic government in exile is working with. Look at them. Look at the people that you have seen with our prime minister, His Excellency, the people that you have seen are those people children to you, and those people babies. Those people are the lawmakers of the United States of America. You think you can meet those people because you are chanting that woman? No.
So what do I do?
Do you think you can be able to have meetings with those caliber of people?
I never asked you to do anything.
Without being grounded.
That's fine.
In what you will do.
Asking me to do anything. That's fine.
Listen. You know, when some people come out and try to make caricature of it, sometimes I just laugh at them. You don't know what it means. For Senator Ted Cruz to be interested in the Christian genocide that is happening in Nigeria today, through the effort of the Biafra Republic government in England. And so many of them. And you think you can be able to wake up tomorrow and go there and tell them that person that you have been discussing with is not the rightful person it is me. They will throw you out. They will look at the mad person. You think they are there to play? Do you think before they started speaking with the Biafra Republic government in Nigeria, they did not do their own background check to understand what people are really doing? If they are doing it right? If it is something that will stain their political personalities? You think those people are just are you seeing them? Have you seen the Nigerian politicians with them before? You think they do things with criminals and liars and deceptors? You guys should wake up, man. Every one of you need to wake up and start using your brain. And ignore these distractors. Ignore them. They know the truth, but because they are so bitter that it is not them that is there in Washington, D.C. They want to spoil everything. Those are the kind of people that we call is either my way or the highway. They are the ones we call is either my way or the highway. Instead, if it is not me, then
Biafra will not get freedom, and you are still following them like the way to move. You understand? You are still following them. Following them sheepishly without using your brain to understand. A government that have been announced internationally by international media, a government that has been announced by political analysts all over the world, coming out to tell you that the Biafra Republic government is like they have a very strong support in Washington DC. Oh my God. I don't understand sometimes when you come with some of my people. They have come to announce this particular government that they are the one there. And you are still running around like a blind rat, looking for, the way where you already have a door to walk to and be free. Every one of us needs to come together. We don't have any other government. And I want to say, let me say this thing to every one of us here, for every one of us to understand something. As it stands today regarding the Biafran cause for freedom, I want to tell everyone of you, our supreme leader at this point in time cannot work without the Biafran Republic government in Nigeria. Our first prime minister this time, in their own capacity, in fighting for freedom, fighting for the Biafran freedom, cannot work without the Biafran Republic government in Nigeria. I want everyone of us to understand this, what I'm telling everyone of you. They cannot do now because nobody can create another government aside from this government that will act. It's not possible. They tell that person to go back home. Your people are already here. Go and see what they are doing and know how you can be able to support them. That is the message they will get from Washington. Go back. Your people are already here. That is why anybody that tries to go there, your people are already even here. You think these men are stupid? You think they don't know what they are doing? You think there are people that you go and you start killing documents all over? You think they are jobless? The response you will still get is your people are already here. That is why it has been so impossible for so many of them to create this government, to duplicate this government in exile. It has been so impossible for them. They know they have gotten advices from several learned lawyers, political analysts. They have told them, no, the only thing you hear is over. That is why, Joseph Smith, that was contracted by the what was their name? The accountability group of 2025. The man is still confused. He doesn't know where to start from because he has done this by branch. Your people are already there. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? And the man have come up several times in your platforms over there to tell you guys that is why he took every one of you to Syria. He took every one of you to Syria. Yeah, tutors, thank you. And I hope tutors, hope every one of them came back safely from Syria. Hope they don't kidnap every one of them.
They came back and said we hijacked Briggy.
Okay, if not only hijacked Briggy, then talking good. As long as every one of them came back safely, there's no problem because that is what the Biafra Republic government in Nigeria stands for, the safety for every Biafra. Because as only Taliban cuts them down, the Biafra Republic government will not still be fighting on how to go and release them from Taliban, and that place is very far. You understand? So thank God they all came back safely, and also they have also saved the Biafra Republic government in exile. The stress to start negotiating for their release in Syria. And they are all welcome back. So to us, they came back and they said we hijacked. I don't know how we hijacked Briggy. Briggy is still where it is. They left Briggy. They left Biafra land. They passed Nigeria. They went to Syria and they came back and said we hijacked.
No problem. Thank you, guys. I appreciate every one of you, please. Yeah, I took over my mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tati.
I want to ask topic. Let me just. I wanted to use your words the way you said it, but it has skipped my mind or my head. Let me say it like that. Did you just say that the back, like they call themselves, they are contemplating of encouraging our first PM to create another government? Did you just say that?
Yeah, there's somewhere I read it up. Oh, you understand? There's somewhere I read it up. You understand? It's like they are persuading our prosper. You know, these people, they can say so many things, you understand? But we know those things are not possible. Maybe it's one of those things that made our first prime minister not to see Joseph Smith when they went to Finland. I don't know, you understand? So, but that's what I have heard it from some of them. I also see them, write about it. So maybe what they took to our first prime minister was not that tenable for him to, speak with them. And that is why the man was unable to see our first prime minister. So many things are happening, you understand? So many things are happening. They are crying, but they cannot just come out and apologize and join what we are doing as a people so we can get this freedom on time. So thank you very much, Onyewe. So that's my response to that.
That wanted to bring me to question I wanted to ask you. Does it mean that these people really know that this brigade that they are claiming that they are using, does it really mean that they know quite sure that they are stealing it? And they know that what that brigade that they are answering, that they know quite sure that they are not. Does it what they really mean by saying that what they said? Thank you.
Absolutely correct, Mazi Onyewe. They know, absolutely correct. They know that whatever they are doing today is illegal. They know quite well that whatever they are doing is illegal. That is why now they are fighting to have their own government. But it is not possible. So that is why we are always coming out here to, let our people understand what is happening. It's not everything will be coming out here to tell everyone of you, but through what the Biafran Republic government in exile is doing, you can be able to understand that. So they know Mazi Onyewe. They understood this simple fact, but they keep deceiving some of our people that wants them to deceive. So in the absolutely correct, they know, yeah, they know. They are not stupid people. They are educated people. No, Jackie go back, They are learning people. They understand. You understand? They know that what they are doing is illegal. You understand? So they understand this very fact. We say that very simple fact. So thank you very much, Mazi.
To take over now.
Wait, I was waiting for you to be convinced in the answers that.
Okay.
Are you okay? Answers?
Okay, yeah, I'm coming. In Barat, but I needed us to interact. Thank you very much.
There were my co-host. Tati, thank you. Sometimes we just need to pause and calm our nerves. We don't really need to focus on these people because what I've seen is frustration written all over them. They created the foundation for themselves, and they also have transferred aggressions. We never forced anyone to leave Briggy. They decided to leave Briggy, thinking that where they are going tomorrow, the man will perform magic. They will close their bank account. They will donate. They are throwing weights for the man to do whatever he's supposed to do. They think it is about money. It is not about money. It is about the strategy and the skills. That is why we want to look into the difference between a government organization and freedom fighting. Yes, because you need to understand where you are and what you are supposed to expect in each of these entities. So it's out of frustration that you see them rant, shout, do all manner of things that you don't expect that a normal human being who has crossed the bridges in Nigeria to another land would behave like that. So that is the problem that we are facing. All that you see is out of frustration because they know that they are failing. And I'm telling you, within the next 3 months, they will vanish because they have no update again to give to the Biafran people. No update. The last trick that they had was to bring a man. Each time they bring this man to their program, the man will end up disgracing them. That's it. They disgrace them the first time. They force him to come again, thinking that the man will play their card. The man said no. And we are going to touch that very soon. But before we reach there, I want Biafrans to understand that we have a clear differences between the government in exile organization and freedom fighting. You don't need to mix these three entities together. If not, you'll be more confused. Yeah. So let's quickly look at that. And if you are also here, please try and then have some facts to back up the little one that I want to talk on. Because the saboteurs are counting, that's what they are using, counting on this confusion to survive. That's what they are doing. They are counting on Biafrans not knowing the difference between the three things that sound similar but they are completely different. The gullible ones, not those of us in the space. So when Biafrans do not understand the difference, they treat them as equal. And they will say that the group is also fighting, this group is also fighting for Biafra, that group is also fighting for Biafra, Brigi is also fighting for Biafra. So we have to, so they will not say, let us support all of them equally. But at the same time, they are not supporting this group equally. They don't even support the regional group. It's just like when you look at, let me use the case of a woman. Yes, so sorry that I have to use it because when the cell, the human egg is when the cytoplasm is dividing, let me leave that one because let me leave that one. So they don't share this money equally. Some groups don't even get any. Some people just sit on the fence and say, okay, I'm not even going to contribute anything. When this happens, you are just diluting the real work. You are diverting resources from the real fight and giving the enemy exactly what they want. Because a divided, confused movement cannot speak with it cannot speak with one voice. That is the end of it. So please, I have my little understanding about these three different groups, and I will try as much as possible to back it up with 1 or 2 examples so that you people know where we are. That is those that will listen to this space after. And please, my people also prepare to back up. Let me just add extra 1 hour. Okay, so let's start with government in exile. What is a government in exile? After this session, we'll go and analyze the drama that they did. We'll compare the response from Elias and the response from Joseph. And then you have to decide for yourself where you want to join. Yes, so a government in exile is a government that was removed from or never allowed to govern its territory, by which continues to exercise legitimate governmental functions from outside that territory with recognized legal standard under international law. There could be other definitions. So that is the simplest possible explanation that I want to explain now what I understand by that. So I'm just saying it as a landlord who owns a house and someone breaks into the house, changes the lock of the house and refuses to leave. The landlord is now inside his own property, but that landlord is still the legal owner of that house. He still has the title deed. He still has the right to take the matter to court. He still has the right to represent himself to the community as the owner of the house. He has not stopped being the landlord just because someone else currently is occupying his house illegally. So that is a government in exile, the little explanation I can put up there. It is the legitimate government of a people who are currently being prevented, and that is who we are, from governing their own territory. And under international law, specifically under the UN Charter, and under the principle of self-determination, and under in the law of state succession, a properly constituted government in exile has specific legal rights and standing. So we are not the first to have this government in exile. But in this critical part, let's see, not every group that calls itself a government in exile has that legal standing. International law is very specific, which we are going to look at the qualities now, because international law is very, very specific about the qualities of a government in exile. And as I'm going to go through it, please also pay attention and see if we have all this. Now, the first one that international law says, which requires a government in exile to have, is defined people. Now, when we say defined people, the government must represent a defined people with a distinct identity, history, and claim to a specific territory, not just a vague community or a documented historical established people. Point one, ask yourself, did we meet this criteria? Point two, what you are supposed to have. Demonstrated governance capacity. That the government in exile must show it can actually govern. It must have functioning institutions. That what we mean by functioning institutions, we have the executive structure. Decision-making processes are also part of it. Is also part of it. Sorry, accountability mechanism is also part of it, and the ability to represent the people in legal and diplomatic context. That was why I started part of this space with the profile of those that are leading the Biafra Republic government in exile in Washington, D.C. So that by the time we reach here and then now go to analyze the Zoom meeting that they had and compare it with the one that our Prime Minister had, you'll be able to, you will be able to decide for yourself where you want to belong, because you've heard it all, and if you are not convinced, you can also go to our website, www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org, and see things for yourself. Now, the next one is physical presence and registration. It must have a verifiable physical address, a location that can be contacted, visited and engaged with the international bodies, not a social media page or a registered physical office. Just like what Rabu Fulani did, deceiving Biafrans. They went and rented one room in DC and they said that is an embassy. I'm like, it's not even better you just leave Biafrans to rest than confusing them, giving them hope where there is no hope. And the second, they don't have one office. Even from their press release, nobody is even signing the letter. So they know what they are doing. So ask yourself, the Biafra Republic government in exile that started it and laid the structure, do we have all this? Now the last one, the fourth one is named accountable leadership. The leadership must be publicly named and accountable to the governing structure, not anonymous, not rotating, named people with defined roles and responsibility. Do we have that for yourself? Another one, number 5, that is required by international law for you to say you have a government in exile is legal compliance. The international law says it must operate within the legal framework of the country where it is based. It cannot simply be self-declared by anyone who decides to use the title. Hey! Did you hear that? Did we meet it? The seventh one is international recognition or active pursuit thereof. While full recognition may not exist at the outset, the government must be actively pursuing recognition through correct legal and diplomatic channel. Now, if I ask you, did the Biafra Republic government in exile, headed by His Excellency Ogochukwu, did that government meet all these 7 requirements by international law? The answer is yes. So when you pick your mic, you help us do more. Now, I want to also give you a historical example of real government in exile so that you understand that it is not just a theoretical concept. It has happened before. We are not the first. And I'm going to use the latest one, at least something we can easily remember, the Polish government in exile, which operated from 1939 to 1990, when Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union invaded and divided Poland. So the Polish government moved to London. And for 50 years, that government in exile maintained Polish legal institutions. Even as they were in London, they were issuing passports and they maintained diplomatic relations with allied nations and was recognized as the legitimate government of Poland. And when the communism fell, this Germany that fought them by Soviet Union, the government in exile transferred authority back to the freely elected Polish government in Warsaw. 50 good years from London to legal structure, and then it continued. And this is exactly what our government is going to do once we get this recognition. It is not abroad that we are salvaging, no. It is the homeland. We will not remain in exile forever, which is what Polish did. Another one is the Tibetan government in exile that was led by Dalai Lama. This one also operated from in India since 1959, when China also invaded them. It has a parliament, it has a cabinet, it has legal structure, it also has a prime minister, and it maintains diplomatic offices around the world. So it does not just have formal UN recognition as a sovereign state because China blocked it. This is the reason. You remember when we said something about UN vote? So China blocked their own formal recognition in UN. But it has formal authority. It has international passport as well. And a structured governance framework allows it to represent the Tibetan people legally. So we are not the first. What of the Free French government in exile that operated from London, General de Gaulle during the World War II? France had fallen to Nazi Germany again, the same Nazi Germany. And they call it the Gaulle refused to accept that France was finished. So he set up a structured alternative government, built an army in exile, and coordinated with allied powers. When France was liberated in 1944, that government in exile walked back and resumed governing. So it walked back because of what? It has structure. It was legitimate and credible. It made the standard. You see? So those are just few ones. They are many. Because of time, they are many. So Biafra Republic government in exile has a registered office in Baltimore, Maryland. It is there. Even when they sabotage, that time our prime minister was when we were looking for how to get this government, our headquarters, they went, made video and said it was fake. Emeka Livingstone and his cohort. Today, where are they? You can't wait. Let it not be that I'm the one saying this. Jerome. Because this is what we are saying. People think that we are joking.
Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman marching on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever disrupt. Ever rise again. Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman marching on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever disrupt.
You see, where are those people today? You cannot destroy Brigi. And this is the same man that you are canvassing for him to come out and start another. Do you know how he fought? You think you know Simon Ekpa? Your name is sorry. You cannot destroy Brigi. Where is Emeka Livingstone today and all of them? They have disappeared. He even said that if that place belongs to Biafra Republic government in exile, if that place was protected, that he will come back and apologize to our first Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Till today, we've not seen Emeka Livingstone. He disappeared because of pride. It would have been a lot for him to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I lied." He did not even keep to his words. So you cannot, because we have that residence, we have it there. We have that in office. It is in Maryland. The two flags are still flying high. How many years now? It is still flying. Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra Republic government in exile, we have our governing executive members are there. And 2 years ago, when Biafra it has a registered U.S. lobbying firm operating in Congress. Biafra Republic Government in Exile also have international legal counsel. That was why I started with the profile of all those Iroko men leading us. We have our liaison offices. So it follows a continuous chain of authority from what Simon Ekpa did till date. Nothing has changed. And it is actively pursuing international recognition through correct legal and diplomatic channels. You heard it when I was reading the biography of all the elites leading us. So the saboteur group has a press release and a phone call from a prison that their envoy described as his primary contact with their first prime minister. They don't have office, nothing. So under international law, what they are doing is illegal and they know it. Now let's look at organization here. Organization is not a bad thing, but organization should be under. Nobody is saying don't have your group, but the group should have worked together to gather the resources and pass it on to the government. Because you have a government now. So it's not a bad thing. And the organizations are also necessary so that the message can reach every nooks, every corners, even reach the grassroots. Because you also have to do important work as an organization. Amnesty International is an organization that has changed laws and saved lives. The NACP in America is an organization fighting for civil rights also. So, but no, this organization can issue you a passport. The rules that they are making is just for the rules for them, you know, to be civiled in that organization that they are, to guide them. That is why they have rules in these small groups. None of them can negotiate a treaty with another country. It's not possible. None of them can claim sovereign authority over a territory. None of them can file a case at the International Court of Justice as a state actor. They cannot do it. None of them can sign a peace agreement. Even none of them can represent a people in UN proceedings on questions of sovereignty and self-determination. They can advocate, they can campaign, they can raise awareness. You see? They can even mount pressure on our government and say, do this for your people. You know, they are just like mouthpiece of those, you know, groups that cannot come directly to the government. So it can do all those things well, but it cannot exercise governmental function. It is not possible. And that distinction is the difference between supporting a cause and actually being capable of delivering the outcome of that cause. So here is the confusion that the saboteur group exploits. They operate as an organization, which we all know. A loose group of people with no registered office, no verified governance, nothing, no structure. No defined authority chain. Have you seen it? The answer is no. So they give people title. They are the first person to give people title. You see how they've given a Choma Okoma and Bryce Nakoma as Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Where did you hear it before? Special envoy, prime minister, CRC chair, this, that, that. So they use government letter in the paper. They can even, you know, use all these things to deceive Biafrans, release press release without a signature, without address, even at times, even without dates, because they're in a hurry. But titles without structure are not government. You can call yourself the King of England. That does not make you the King of England. An organization that uses government language is still an organization. An organization cannot do what only a government can do. Let me also see if I can break it down again. Like in a village, there is a village council, and that village council is the legitimate governance structure with the authority to make decisions, even allocation resources, and represent the village in negotiation with outside authorities. And there's also a community association. I think that one is also joining, which is a group of, you know, concerned citizens who meet regularly and they discuss some petty issues and advocate for change. So both care about the village. Both have members who are committed. But when a government official from the state comes to negotiate, for example, a land agreement, which is a very common thing in the village, they do not negotiate with the community association. They negotiate with the village council. Because only the village council has the authority to bind the village to an agreement. So Brigi is that village council here. I don't know if this one is making sense. The saboteur group is a community association that has been using the village council name without permission. That is why it is an oversight for them. They can't fit in. So it is oversight for them. You see? The gang is too big. Because the name is bigger than them. Now let's look at the freedom fighting before we look at what really happened there. Because this is the one that confused people the most. Because when Biafra hear the phrase freedom fighting, many of them picture a man with a gun in a forest or a protest in the street. No, that's not what freedom fighting is all about. They think freedom fighting is loud and visible, or let me even say confrontational. And if something is not loud and visible and confrontational, it is not a real freedom fighting. That is the reason why you see some people say they are not even donating money to the chicken care because nobody loves you. You think that we should come to social media and say, I give 20,000 a Gemma, I give 10,000 a Gemma. Oh, that will make you to say, these people are donating. No, we are not here for show. So it is not about making noise. That is wrong. And that is a misunderstanding that they are all spreading out there, which is more dangerous. It is a very dangerous tool that saboteurs are using now to discredit the real work that is going on. We are not here to make noise. I don't know if you are still hearing me.
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay, thank you, ma, because I could not see you very well. So we are going to look at some successful independence movement in modern history that achieve its goal. Because every single one of them had to eventually move beyond protest into the structure. Let's start with India. Very few because of time. So let's start with India to see how successful freedom movement is actually won. Gandhi movement combined street protest, civil disobedience, and critically a structured Indian National Congress that conducted diplomatic negotiation with Britain, which they used them to draft constitutional framework and presented itself as a credible governing alternative. The protest created pressure, but the structure delivered the outcome. Now, do we have structure? The answer is yes. How about South Africa in 1914? We've been talking about the ANC party. ANC fought appetite for decades, but the final victory came through negotiated constitutional talks. It came through international sanction campaign. That is the lobbying that we are talking about, which we have our lobbyists. And it also came with the structure presentation of the ANC as a credible government in waiting. Nelson Mandela on Rebel Island was the symbol for all this. Lawyers, the lobbyists, the diplomats in Washington, D.C., London, and Brussels were the engine that they used. Are we going to look at South Sudan in 2011? With years of armed conflict? But the independence was achieved through a UN-supervised referendum. Diplomatic recognition came from the African Union and Western powers, and the structural work of the Sudan People Liberation. Are we also going to look at Kosovo in 2008? No long armed campaign at the final stage. Kosovo declared independence and was recognized by over 100 countries. Because what they had legal argument at the International Court of Justice. They had diplomatic lobbying in Washington and Brussels as well, and a functioning government structure that will be presented to the world as capable of governing them. East Timor is one of them, 2002. 2 decades of struggling. 2 decades, that is 20 years. They won through a UN-supervised referendum. But we Biafrans, we have conducted a referendum, the first in history, and others are learning from us. So the pattern is very, very clear. In every case that I've read, you see that the critical final stage was not fighting. It was structure. It was law. It was diplomacy. And the ability to walk into the rooms where recognition is granted and make a credible case, not by prayer and fasting. So every successful freedom movement in modern history eventually had to answer the same question from the international community. And the question is, can you actually govern? Are you structured enough? Are you legitimate enough? Are you organized enough? That if we eventually recognize you, you will be able to function as a government. Now, can Choma or Koma answer these questions? The answer is no. Can Bozi or Rabweze answer this question? The answer is no. Can POS, whatever, AVI, Igbo World Congress, all of them, can the 100 men that they are using to extort money from people, can they answer this question? The answer is no. Remember that all the groups that are coming out, they were also in 2023, during time for election as well, making money. You will see very soon now, 100 men will go and have meeting with Tinubu. They were there. They cannot answer this question because they don't have the legality for it. So noise does not answer this question. Viral videos do not answer all these questions. A registered government in exile with a lobbying firm in Congress, with a legal counsel, which is with Awam and Dabiri, who negotiated $2.7 billion international settlement, and a team that has advised head of state, revolutionary leaders, can answer these questions. No other person. No other person can answer it. And freedom fighting also have faces. And the face that actually delivers freedom is the most boring face to watch. I am telling you. It is the face of legal documentation. It is the face of diplomatic lobby, congressional testimony, international legal filing, building relationship with people who have the power to recognize your cause. That is the boring stage. Presenting your case in language that international law will understand. And it is very, very critical because it requires continuity. It's not a kiss me quick and go. It requires continuity. You cannot be constantly reinventing yourself like some people are saying, destroy it. A prime minister in cyber will come out and start another one. It doesn't work like that. It's not a Telegram group. You cannot be constantly splitting and reforming and rebranding. No. It is not possible. You cannot have multiple competing groups all claiming to represent the same people. Because when the international community sees this, they'll say, which one do we talk to? So that is exactly what the Biafra Republic government is saying. Come back. Speak in one voice. So what the saboteur group uses is very deadly. What they're using is very, very deadly to confuse our people. And I'm going to show you. Okay, wait, let me, my host is down. So they are using what I call title inflation to confuse the Biafra people. Title inflation. They give everyone a government sounding title. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Special Envoy, Ambassador, High Commissioner. What have we not heard? Last time I heard Ajay as the information minister. Did he write the application letter? Did he meet all the requirements that they advertise in their different groups? When did they even make him information minister? Information minister without information. You see? So they give all these big, big titles, and this title make the group sound like a government. And Biafrans do not know the difference between a government in exile and an organization. When they hear those titles, and they begin to assume that the group must be a serious one, because serious people have serious titles. Especially when that ugly one that calls herself Choma comes out, and they say, hey, look at Professor. People think that seeing her that group is original group that they should supposed to, for not knowing that they are not. I pray that they will listen to this space and learn. Don't let the fake professors confuse you. Because titles are free. They're not writing exam to get title. Anyone can print a business card that says Minister of Foreign Affairs. Didn't you see how Bess Nokoma was panicking when he was even reading the letter he forced Joseph to slot his name when they became Syrians all over? Before we know what would happen, they became Syrians. And people, they will be looking at them and say, what are the black people doing here? When did they become Syrians? When did they care about Syrian Christians? Persecution. So it's very easy for him to print card, business card, and share to them. Very easy. So what costs money requires verified registration. It requires illegal compliance. And you have to demonstrate your capacity behind that title. They cannot. They cannot do this. This other group, government in exile, Tibetan government in exile, they had a minister of foreign affairs, which we also have a minister of foreign affairs, because we are a government in exile. And that minister can walk into the European Parliament building and he will be received, because they know that time that Tibetan had a government in exile. The saboteur group's minister of foreign affairs sat next to Joseph in a Zoom call and was frightened when Joseph said, I don't know what to answer now. The only answer I have is prayer. His face changed. Okoma said, this is the final disgrace. And the second tactic that they use is noise substitution. When you cannot show result, you substitute noise for result, which is what they are doing on social media. They are crying. I am telling you, because they have seen failure written all over them. You see more press release. Wait, now a few days now you see another one. Maybe this time around they'll say Joe is crying, looking for people to follow them to the mountain. Or looking for people to follow them to Vatican City to go and hand over the letter or prayer request to Cardinal Arize. Wait and see now. You will be seeing them with more announcement because they are fighting a loose fight. Wait and see. More drama is what you are going to see. And Biafrans who equate activity with progress are deceiving, thinking that something is being done. But if you ask a very simple question about that noise, what door did it open? No answer. Which congressional office did it walk into? Nothing. Which legal brief file does it have? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because they know. And the third tactic is legitimacy borrowing. Now, they give this title, legitimacy borrowing, because they are borrowing the name of Simon Ekpa. They are borrowing our name. Not even borrowing. This one, they are stealing our name, Briggy. Claiming today they will say they are government in exile. Tomorrow they will say they are BCG. Tomorrow they will say they are NPC. Changing names here and there. So they are borrowing legitimacy from a structure to function. From our own structure, the Biafra Republic government in exile, to function. They don't have a structure. Because they cannot build one. They don't have the legitimacy. They don't even have the authority to do it. And when Biafra see the familiar name and familiar letter-headed paper, they assume continuity, but nothing is happening there. So the key question to ask about any group claiming to represent Briggy is this. Those of you that will listen to this space after, where is the chain of authority? Ask Choma or Koma. Ask the periwinkle mouth. Ask that one. You know my people. I was asking Mama in her program. Do you know Udara? All of us here, we eat Udara. Udara is the general name. All these people have mark like Mudara. When Udara fall from the tree and land on the floor, what happens? The marks scatter. All of them, their mouth are like that. Anything that, they spew rubbish from their mouth because their mouth are already torn. They don't coordinate in anything. The way they reason is the way they will put it down. Our information minister posted a very beautiful clip on how you will become when you join their group. Where that cat was cooking Indomie and he was trying to flip it. Instead of it to flip back into the fry pan, it landed on its head. That is how you begin to reason when you join this group. You will not have brain again. Go to information minister handle, you will see it. When you join them, you are useless. So ask them, what is the chain of authority? Trace it, you see that you will not find anything. Where does the authority to speak for Biafra come from? They don't have. You could see that you can trace our chain. Biafra Republic government in exile established the governing framework, which we are still working on it till today. And that framework is laid down by His Excellency, if you don't like it, transformer, Ogechukwu Nkere. It is documented, it is in the public domain. While the sabotage channel of authority goes to a phone call, it goes to a phone call, that's it, because they don't have office. So my people, Biafra freedom is not going to be won by the group that makes the most noise on social media. Can't you see? Have you people noticed another thing? Small time you see Ugo 419 hosting space. And I used to wonder, when did Ugo 419 speak English? So somebody has been contracted to be generating title for Ugo 419. Before he used to write, come mother sick die. You'll be seeing the title when he was reading, because what does this mean? But now you will see organized title, and the latest one is about maintaining the legacy of Simon Ekpa. It is not to get 419 because it's an illegal. Ugo 419 can never write such a title in their space. It is not possible. So they have outsourced that one. But ask yourself, for how long will it be sustainable? The answer is 0. So it's not going to be won by the people that is in the wrong room, gossiping, thinking of how to take us backward. These people are wicked. So you feel in your mind that you can take us 10,000 miles backward for us to go and start all over. Simon Ekpa will come out and start to host program, do exposition again, start to look for government. And you are very wicked. You are not even wishing him well. By that time, we will be in Biafra land. That is where we will be. A government in exile has legal standing to make those arguments for us. An organization can support if they want. So freedom fighting is a sustained work across all 3 levels. The governance, diplomacy, and the community that builds towards moment of recognition. So Sabotage Group is not a government in exile. It is a same-style organization using government language and borrowed legitimacy. Everything about them is boroboro. Please, we need to educate Biafrans to know that they are not where they are supposed to be. They are in the wrong room, which has nothing to offer. So before we go and look at what they said in their program and what our lobbyist answered our Prime Minister, I've seen some hands that are up here. First of all, I'll give to David, please. David, are you there? King David? King David? Okay. Vincent? Vincent, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Vincent, please give a submission.
Anybody hearing me?
Yeah, please, go ahead. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. Is anybody speaking?
Wait. That's come, please. Just give him a few minutes, please. Please. Please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Sister Tutorial Mistress. We so much appreciate you. You have done marvelously well. Your analysis is top-notch, and we so much appreciate you. Thank you so much. Biafrans, greetings from here. I really appreciate every one of you who has been on this space. This space is very much educative, very much enlightening. So if you are in this space, please share this space because it is information packed. It is information packed. And the information that you are getting here is authentic and verifiable. Very, very important. You know, under Biafran Republic government in exile, we are not into propaganda. We give you the information and say go and verify and confirm by yourself. As a matter of fact, every action of Biafran Republic government in exile under the leadership of His Excellency Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere, our Prime Minister, every information is verifiable. A website where you can go, every information like our sister tutors have spoken here, you can go to the website and be able to verify it yourself. So this is not a propaganda platform where people can come and say anything and people swallow it. I really appreciate everybody. Greetings to the ministers in the house. Greetings to our leaders, both in detention and our leaders who have passed on to glory. And I appreciate every Biafran that is under the Biafran Republic government in exile. You see, one thing I just want to pinpoint here is that if you go to Job chapter 1, let me be a pastor now. I hope I'm coming out to us, please. Okay, if you go to Job, I know Onyenyere is here. Onyenyere can read. Even tutors, Toti is here as well. If you go to Job chapter 1 verse, I think from verse 6 or thereafter, he said that the sons of God, they came to present themselves before God. And guess who followed the sons of God to the presence of God? Satan, Satan itself as well. So what it means is that everywhere that you see the good people, you always see bad people as well. So, Biafran Republic government in exile was formed so that it will form the basis. It will be a government that will represent the Biafran people in Washington, D.C., just like our first Prime Minister said about the government in exile. He said that government is undestructive. You cannot destroy it. There is nothing anybody can do to destroy it. So the reason why that government was formed, our Prime Minister made us to understand, because there is no way Washington, D.C., any government of the world can speak to you as a group. It does not happen. So that led to the formation of Biafran Republic government in exile, so that we can now speak with government on governmental basis. And to make it possible, the hiring of the lobbyist, the hiring of the attorney, to make it authentic and legit. And when that government was unveiled in 2023, and when Elias was unveiled to the Biafran people, it's like our sister, the tutorial mistress, also played that clip here. Everybody listened to how Jimoral as well as Elias responded to their, the Biafran people. From the perspective of Elias, from the perspective of Jimoral, you will understand that this legal, this onions, they are not a quack lobbying firm, with the explanation that Elias gave and the promises that he made before the Biafran people administer in Elias or Jimoral. Our Prime Minister knew or knows that these people are equal to the task. And since they have been working for the Biafran government in exile, there have been a lot of positive results because their engagement led because it is the lobbyist and the attorney that arrange the meetings. In fact, it was that link that made it possible for the Biafran Republic government in exile to have meeting with the speaker, with every representative of American government of Biafra able to discuss with. Today, first of all, the first meeting to tell you how influential, how connected our lobbying firm is in Washington, D.C. You can remember during before the Trump campaign, you saw the video when the Prime Minister sent our then Finance Minister to the Trump campaign when they were having dinner. And our then Finance Minister was introduced that we are in that dinner. So it is very, very important that Biafran should understand the reason why Biafran government, BRGI under Prime Minister Simon Ekpa then was using our finance minister to represent the totality of the Biafra in Washington, D.C. Did you ask yourself about that? You did not ask yourself about that. You think he just came all of a sudden. Was it our finance minister or the prime minister now? Was it in America? Psychiatric woman, is she not in America? There are other people that are still very much living in America. Then you ask yourself, why Ogechukwu Nkere, today's prime minister of the Biafran Republic government in exile? Why? Did you ask yourself that? Perhaps you don't know why. And you can never know why. Because it is the prime minister then, Mazi Simon Ekpa, the first prime minister, knows the level of involvement. He knows the capacity of Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere. He knows his what and do. He knows that Ogechukwu Nkere commands respect in Washington, D.C. He knows that Ogechukwu Nkere have the connection. He knows that Ogechukwu Nkere have a very big play in the issue of Biafra Restoration Project in Washington, D.C. And that was why, first of all, he reposed so much trust in him. and trusted him to be the finance minister then. You know, in every government, finance is very, very key. Do you think you can give anybody a finance minister? It's not possible. So, for the Prime Minister then, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoku, to look at His Excellency now at that particular time and gave him that position and he put so much trust on him is because he knows that he will deliver. And today, I can get him. He has been tested and he is trusted. And today, he is the Prime Minister of the Biafran Republic government in exile. Not by his own violation, but because the Biafran people elected him to that position. The position became very necessary because the Prime Minister then, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoku, was arrested, was detained, and is incapacitated of performing his function, his duties as the Prime Minister of Biafra. And according to our bylaws and according to our charter, if you cannot function, it is the responsibility of the cabinet members to now come together and elect somebody who can now and Biafrans for 50 cabinet members voted because they have seen the great Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere is doing in Washington, D.C. If you are a footballer, if you know about football, you can never change. God's time. And today, what Biafran should be happy about. Representation. Seen before in wonderful Biafran brothers and sisters. Are you one of those that when Christ or when the son, are you among the sons of God that came to see, or are you among the Satan children that also presented themselves in order to destroy or to know what the sons of God want to do? Are you among those who want to destroy what God have destined to be? What do you gain by trying to be a stumbling block on the wheel of the progress? Have you not suffered enough? Are you not aware of the sabotage of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Are you comfortable with that sabotage? Why is it that you people cannot stay in one place and help your brothers in order for achievement to be completed? Why must we split? Why must you be antagonistic to the work that is in progress? Why must you be a backstabber? Why must you always be on the wrong side of history? Because Biafra Republic government is the only government that is recognized in Washington, D.C. As I am speaking to you now, there is no other government in State Department that the American people know or the American government know that is representing the Biafran nation outside Biafran Republic government in exile. And there is no prime minister or no other representative that they know other than Ogechukwu Nkere, the prime minister at this particular time. So what is all this sabotage about? You are not going to succeed in your sabotage against Biafra. Our leader said it, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. A lot of people have tried, but have they succeeded? The answer is no. Then you ask yourself, in 2024, after the restoration of the redeclaration of Biafra, 97%, you know what it is to be? 97% of the cabinet followed the psychiatric woman. The reason they followed me was that from the onset, they have been there with her, trying an opportunity for them to destroy the government of the Prime Minister, then Mazi Simon Ekwanjoko. So when the time was right for them, after succeeding in leading Prime Minister to detention, when the time was right for them, what did they do? They struck, and 97% of the cabinet left the government. Only 3% was able to steer the ship up to this moment. Tell me any government that can survive 95% defection. Tell me. It is practically impossible. But in this Biafran Republic government in exile, 3%, only 3% was able to hold the ground. And today we have ground. And today we can be able to beat our hands on our chest, pat ourselves on the back and say, yes, Chukwu Okike Abiama is indeed with Biafran Republic government in exile. So, no matter what you do, no matter what you write, no matter what you speak, no matter any memo that you send, no matter who you hire, in order to distract BRGIE, in order to, and to carry all manner of propaganda against us, in order to attack our Prime Minister, Ogechukwu Nkere, you are not going to succeed. You know why? Because Chukwu Okike Abiama is the owner of this agitation. Chukwu Okike Abiama is with Ogechukwu Nkere. God's time, Ogechukwu Nkere. Chukwu Okike Abiama is with him. And that is why he is always winning. At the end of this process, you will say, had I known. But you still have a chance. You still have a chance to fall back to this government, because Biafra is for each and every one of us. And it is a collective effort. Without you to come. But what we are saying, what we are trying to tell you is that what is the benefit of spending your money? There is no result that is coming. Where the Nigerian government are crying about the result that is coming from Washington, D.C., where the Nigerian government are paying millions and millions of dollars in order to stop the work that our lobbyists, our Prime Minister, are doing in Washington, D.C. You are spending your money for nothing, for people who just be there to make money for themselves, to carry out all manner of propaganda, to write all manner of memo. They want to discourage you. They want to lure you to their side so that they can take your money and give you one thing or the other to deceive you that something is being done. I want to ask you again, remember when Ngozi, the psychiatric woman, left Greedy, a lot of people followed her. Go and check the people that are with her today. Their eyes were opened and they knew that we are following the wrong side from day one. But why have they not come back? That ego. Instead of them to come back and say sorry, they prefer to stay on the fence. They prefer to stay outside and continue to commit their evil schemes against our government, rather than coming back to join and fund the liberation of their land. Biafra is for each and every one of us. So the earlier we all come together, support BRGIE, and get Biafra, the better for each and every one of us. If you continue to attack BRGIE, you are not going to stop Biafra from coming. Though it may tally, but it may surely come. That is a promise, but I want you to understand that everyone that have wanted actions against Biafra must have a price tag. You must certainly reap the dividends of your atrocious acts against our government. So you have a time to make amends and come back and support Brady. Very, very important. Tomorrow is our fundraising. Biafra cannot be gotten on a platter of gold. Even Ukraine, Russia are sourcing for funds to protect their land. You can imagine Biafra, that our resources are still under the control of the terrorist Nigerian state. So it is capital intensive for all the positive good result that is coming from Washington, D.C. The lobbyist, they are you had the big portfolio. You had what our attorney, what our lobbyists, you have had their big portfolio, big qualification. It is not big for mouth. Confirmed and verified qualification. So you see that we are paying them, they are receiving. So your contribution in one way or the other will help in making sure that the expenses that goes with lobbying is also settled, while the Biafran Defense Forces are also in our land protecting it. So don't leave the funding of your liberation for only those in diaspora. You that is in the homeland, you are making millions and millions of naira, and you are in the ground zero. You are directly affected by the Nigerian terrorism. So why not donate to your liberation, so that when you are liberated, land that Chukwokika Abiyama have blessed, where you have 100% waiting for you at any amount of government with. And when Biafra is fully restored, the Biafran government will pay you 100% interest rate on that money. This loan is also for non-Biafrans as well. So everybody is free to embrace it. Very, very important. So thank you so much. Very, very exciting. And I know and I believe that those who are listening anonymously, they will be redeemed after tonight, because the angel of liberation will sanitize their mind and make them come back to BRGIE or the leadership of the FMC. Thank you, my sister. Greetings from here, all Biafrans who are supporting this liberation. And I will use my mic for now.
I'm so glad that the internet allowed you to speak finally to the Biafran people. Professor David, you've been battling with this internet for a very long time. Thank you for that great submission. Biafrans, please, if you are just joining the space, kindly share the space. And our brother has given us his space donation. If you are here, kindly give me your space donation. Our brother Jinedum 5 Ejema received the receipt. And our Mazi Elias has given his 3 Ejema. So please, this week donation is too poor. Shuhada, what is this? It's very, very poor. Mama Betty has sent her receipt 10,000 AJ. Please, my people, I will not be able to announce this kind of small money tomorrow. Mba, this is not the way we've been doing. We've started very well. Please let us continue. We shouldn't stop halfway. Donate it and keep your receipt. So please support the space donation. Tomorrow is our fundraising. Thank you so much. We've been doing amazingly great all this while. Yeah, Victor, Vincent, are you there before I farm, and then we go to the last part, because I need to deal with these people small. Vincent, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, well.
Am I being heard?
Yes, please.
Right, thank you. reaching to all the real biggies in the house. Donald Trump today is God sent to the world. And that is why what all the leaders of US cannot do, he is doing it now. And every one of them, all the US, they are happy for him and they are supporting him because he is doing the right thing. Biafrans, what are you still waiting for? What our leader Onyendu seek for, which is exile government. We have gotten that exile government. Aloy Ejimako, you that is going to pay him a visit, that is not telling him about that exile government. What is your game? When our leader will surely come out. When he come out, he will still come to join this bridge. Will you say that you don't know about bridging when that time comes? All these his so-called lawyers, his so-called ex-lawyers. It is too bad. Do the right thing at the right time. If our leader will hear that we have gotten this exile government, we will be so happy and we will be so proud of us. He will know that yes, that the work is ongoing on his absence, because you can't continue to wait for him. If you are waiting for him until he come out, you don't know when he will come out. That is why you don't have to wait for him. And they told you that they have sentenced him. Okay, since they have sentenced him, that means you won't let Biafra just end like that. That is your plans, which cannot work, because we have already had our government and we are moving forward. Because we keep moving forward. Our people say, Kaigawa nilonya nanazo, Kaigawa nilonya nanazo, Kaigawa nilonya nanazo, Iga nilo bondo. You keep moving forward, because moving forward is life. Going back is death. Our brother David Nana have already said it. That no government can ever speak with group. Government talks to government. You see Mazi Elias and our attorney accept to work with Biafra Republic government in Israel because it's a government and they know what they are doing. They are the real, they know everything about government. It is only fake attorney or fake lobbies that can work with group. Anybody that does not know what he's doing, that is the only person that can go and work with group. Because when you are working with group, your group is group. Government is government. Just like this man, you see them that they employ the man. You see how the man is disgracing himself, telling you that they ask him a question, he say he don't even know, and they should go and pray. Is it what they employ him to come and say? They employ him to just, is it not to work in order for Biafra to get recognition that they are doing? And the man say, I don't know, because he's a fake. He knows nothing about attorney. And any real attorney that know what he's doing cannot work with group. He will always work with government. And if you want to employ him, no matter any amount you want to give, he will ask you, which government are you operating with? When you say you don't have a government, even if you say you have a government, he should ask you, who is your leader in that government? You must mention who is leading you before he will accept. Because he knows what he's doing. They good attorney don't work with a group that have no that did not work with a government that have no leadership. That is why you see even Iran, when they are killing them, they are still getting another leader. But based on Donald Trump know what he's doing, he makes sure he destroy all of them because that is what he has come to do. And you that always speak in this very space that is not donating, what is your gain? You are coming to tell people donate, and you are not donating. You are not. What is your gain? Always lead by example. At all, 9 worst. A little 1,000 a day you give is something. One a Gemma you give is something. It will help so much. Let us all support our government. Because if you don't support this government, do you think that all those sabo will come and do the thing they need for you? They can't. Because all they are there is to make sure they destroy. That is why you see all the things that Ngozi Rabufulani has been doing. But Biafra is a spirit. And nobody, that name Biafra, that our God has given to us, nobody will take it away from us. It is a gift, and it is our own nation, and it will surely come to pass. Biafra will surely be recognized by country. Whether the Sabos, whether they like it or not, whether all those the slave that is occupying Biafra land, they like it or not, Biafra must be recognized. Because with God, all things are possible. You that is sabotaging, just like in this, ever since our sister opened this space, he has been telling you, share. Must they force you to share in the very space that you are resting in, even if you are the sabo? Didn't you want another person to come and join you and resting also? That they will be telling you to even share. Some of you that is here, you will just pretend that you are not hearing. Sharing is not. It's not that you are giving money now. When you can't even share, is it money that you can give? And you want Biafra. And you want everything to be moving as fast as possible. But doing the right thing, you are not doing it.
Yeah, please, my brother, Vincent, please wrap up. It's 12 midnight here. I need to go to.
Okay. Let me just leave my mic from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that submission. I'm not sure we can continue. Honestly, I didn't even know time has flight like that. Our original CEOs is in the house. Hey, Afam, you wanted to say it. Okay, let me add extra 15 minutes. Welcome, our CEOs. Afam, quickly drop your own before we end. CEOs, welcome.
Oh, my dear, it's okay. Let me give our COS. I can go down. Don't worry. It's okay. I'll keep it for next time, okay? Let him go. Thank you.
Okay, COS. Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening from here, and I believe it's evening on your end. I'm sorry, I didn't even know the mic came to me. I didn't know that I was accepting the mic. Greetings to everyone. All our senior citizens on the space. I just joined, so I really don't know what is been going on. But I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I just wanted to remind us that tomorrow is our fundraising, and it is for the benefit of Biafra that each and every one of us should attend the fundraising. It's not just those that are here on the space regularly, but those that are listening to us. And of course, our website is open 24/7 for us to put an end to the benefits that the British government gains from our land.
We must restore our land. We must restore our dignity as a people to be able to deny the oppressors from feeding fat on us. We must restore our homeland. Without restoring Biafra, they will continue to feed on us. They will continue to benefit whatever it is that they are benefiting already from the territory called Nigeria, and most especially our land. You know, I know that a lot of people have always pointed this out, but people don't understand. Most of what they have in the British, in Britain, London, all those places, you could have times 10 of that. And most of what built those places are from your land and other parts of Africa that the British government has pillaged. So for us to create our own heaven on earth, like our leader Mazen Kano always said, we must restore Biafra first of all. And for us to do that, all hands must be on deck financially. It's not just about saying it. It's not just speaking it. It's about being active donor in the government. I heard Master David, a little bit when I just joined. If you are thinking that there is any other thing that is going to get you into Biafra besides Biafra Republic government in exile, you have to think again. You have to think again. Stop living the lie. Stop deceiving yourself. There is nothing else that is going to get us into Biafra safely besides Biafra Republic government in exile. It don't matter how anybody wants to do it. It don't matter how you want to think about it. You that is in Europe might probably be living in a country that got their independence using government in exile. So it's either you align yourself with our government in exile so that we can finish what our fathers started, or you sit on the fence and permit the killing of our people. Don't forget, people keep talking about benefiting, creation of Nigeria and all of that, what they gain from Nigeria, going to school and all of that. You have gained nothing from Nigeria. You paid your school fees. If you're not connected, you have to bribe people, do this and do that to get a job. You have gained nothing from Nigeria. But the creation of the business known as Nigeria is solely for the benefit of the British government and their children and children's children. That creation of that territory is only for the benefit of the British government. Everything they have done is to benefit them and their children. Isn't it time people wise up, rise up, and end this intentional slavery that our people are now going through? Because at this point, you already know what to do, but not doing it is you remaining in it intentionally. Biafra is our only answer, and Briggy is the only vehicle. Thank you so much, Tutor. Thank you, Sister Betty, David and Nana, Asimu and Totivio, Solomon, Sister Eunice, Vincent, Uncle Ben Wabo. I greet each and every one of you, and thank you for being here today.
The hello series. Our Prime Minister is coming. No sleep for me. He's coming. After quickly drop your so that Eunice will drop before Prime Minister enter. He's coming very soon. Yeah, it's all from the no problem.
Anyway, my CEO is thank you and my love to you. My lecturer, true lecturer, not those that comes and claim what they are not. Respect to you and kudos to all the teaching that you're giving to us. Anyway, actually, all these analysis that you're bringing out here, sorry, I was interrupting you. All this analysis, these were the things that our PM, our first PM have taught us here about government and exile. All these things, he has made it clear. The only thing different is
we can't hear you again. Okay. Ada Eunice, we can't hear him again. So grab the mic before
waiting for you to take them. I keep asking questions. How can a grown-up man, you are putting your money somewhere and you cannot ask questions where your money is going? You believe in, or maybe you want to believe they are deceiving you. What are they doing? The problem is not these people. It's those who goes to listen.
Okay, internet has disconnected him. Ada Eunice, are you there?
I'm here, my sister. I'm here. I'm in a very noisy place, but I think I'm coming out clear. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, thank you for giving me the mic. I will not be long, but I just wanted to, why I raised my hand, because I never wanted to speak, because people have said a lot, and there's no need saying what people have said over and over. I want to appreciate you. Thank you very much. Dr. David, thank you for your very good analysis and submission, and to everyone that has spoken. Thank you all very much. Why I picked the mic is because of my mommy Betty. Please don't hurt yourself over some idiots and failures. I picked the mic because I can see the anger in your voice. I can see that you are worried, but please, mommy, don't pay attention to fools. You understand? This is not the first nor second time we have seen fools like the one that has been dropping comments. I've not visited that woman's comment for the past 3 weeks, to tell you the truth, because I know that she's mentally unstable. She's a lunatic. Someone that came into BRGI in India, every time we are settling quarrels, every time it's between her and someone else. I don't want to mention her name. I know she wants me to mention her name, but God forbid that I mention her name. Since she carried her lunatic self out of BRGI because she was never original. She was never genuine in the first place. Since she moved her lunatic and deranged self from BRGI, she has always wanted us to mention her name, but to hell with her, we can never mention her name. We can never give her that relevance that she yearned for. We have seen the likes of her. She's not even anywhere close to Nelly or Fogu or this, what's her name? A lot of them that left, Sophia. So who is she? Let her carry herself and go back to where she came from. We don't need her stupid and cursed money. So I just said, okay, let me just go to this woman's page, because I've heard a couple persons lament about someone writing about hijacking. And I'm seeing idiots like Boniface saying that, oh, you have shot them, you have shot these people in the where it hurts them. They will send their back dogs. Who are the back dogs? Boniface, Thunder Fire, you shame on you. We don't back. We are not dogs. We don't back. We tell you the truth and where it will hurt you. So, my people, please, let's remain focused. People that are not genuine, they will come and they will go. That is the gospel truth. And this is what has happened to this lady. Ask this lunatic that is talking about Mario Benkere hijacking. Ask her, what did she ask for? She asked for a position, and no position was forthcoming. She was asking for a position that she never merited. I don't know where she wants to carry the position to. I called my brother David now. What is this 2 months problem? Let's find out. She every time why is she quarreling with everybody? Oh, she now said all the money that she has been. Please, are you hearing me? Am I still coming out, please? Please tell her that we don't have any position for her. She should get the fucking hell out of our space. She should go to where they give her position that she wants. She said all the money she has been contributing, and that is the money for free. That Ngozi Arabusumani and her group have been calling her for position, but she refused. BGC, HIV group have been calling Chomo Command, Gojo, them have been calling her for position. She refused. Why can't it be RJ give her position? Fuck you. We don't want you and your fucking stupid money. Please pardon my language. We don't want you. Since you left, and we still have fundraising. And this is just talking about people coming to our comment section. Who the hell do you think you are? Who do you think you are? You did not. Even no one knows you. Mary was there. She reigned, and people held her the most whatever woman on earth, and she's gone. So the same way you'll be gone and forgotten. Go back to where you're coming from. Your intentions, you did not carry out your intentions. That's why you're pained. Okay, get a hijack government. Under fire you there. My people are dead. Let's continue and let's remain focused. God bless Mazio Genkere. The same Mazio Genkere that our PM Mazi Simonetta couldn't do without. Mazi Simonetta couldn't have gotten anywhere without Mazio Genkere. Let me put it out there. If you don't know it now. Mazio Genkere was there. Our Prime Minister was proud of him. Our first Prime Minister was very proud of him because everything that our first Prime Minister achieved was as a result of the hard work of Mazio Genkere and some other persons. If you don't know it now. So hell with you. You just came from nowhere and started behaving as if you are all important. Who knows you? Get the fuck out of our space. God punish you, idiot. Please take this mic from me before I say what I'm not supposed to say. And to go bear me witness. I will never mention your name. You want me to mention your name? You are below my feet. I can't mention your name. The woman that you call off should be talking like an idiot, like a lunatic. You know that this woman is not mentally stable. Mentally unstable. Idiot. I know I'll call you. So come up from nowhere and start talking nonsense. Stupid people. Mommy Betty, please don't let that idiot disturb you. There are mad people everywhere.
Sorry, to talk. Can I go on?
Go. Wait, now make me appreciate that.
Wait, pause before you have to.
Because you don't want to collect that mic, collect that mic.
I want to come to the mic.
No, our PM is saying, please. PM is saying.
Yes, can you bring in the PM?
Yeah, the mic is already on mic. Welcome, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I can't see the PM on the mic, but okay. Thank you, everyone. We have our PM, Mazio Genkere, the Prime Minister of the Biafran people, the government in exile, the very government that we're talking about right here. The man that I remember Simon was saying, I don't know what I would have done without you. Just a reference because of what my sister was saying. He's here with us. He's always here with us to speak to Biafran people, to hear the concerns of the Biafran people, and diligently always doing everything in his powers to see that the Biafran people's needs are met to his capacity, the way he can and the way God has destined it. He is the messenger of the Biafran people, and like a messenger, he's always here to talk to the people.
You're welcome, PM Mazio Genkere. The mic is over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I coming up?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, CS Mobi. And we appreciate the host as well, Minister Tutos, you and the entire team with you today. Minister Betty, I just heard the voice of Minister Eunice not quite long ago. So please, this freedom that we are fighting for is not just for we Biafrans alone. Biafra will be free, and we all will contribute to this global community. We also shaping the course of this world. Like the leader of the free world United States of America, they are not Biafrans, nor Biafran Christians, nor Nigerian Christians, but we see what they are doing, taking down the terrorists in Nigeria, and also terrorists around the world. So for those that are fighting against the state of Biafra, or Biafra becoming a state or independent sovereign country, you have to rethink, because the whole world will benefit from the people of Biafra. We Biafrans are good people. We believe in live and let live. And wherever you see Biafra, anywhere in the world, they always stimulate, they always contribute to the community that they find themselves. Wherever they find themselves, they call it home. So please, our freedom we must get. And we must all fight together. And at the same time, we all also want to send a message to the saboteurs among us. Please, if you're one of those that are sabotaging what we are doing, disease from it. We Biafrans are spiritual people. We believe in karma. We believe in whatever you do, there's always going to be repercussion. If you do what is right, you will reap what is right. If you practice evil, evil will visit you. A lot of those that don't want Biafra to be free, both those within, is just because of self-centeredness, hate, envy, jealousy. Please, you as a Biafran, focus. Focus. Don't be distracted by those that have nothing to offer. Don't be distracted. A lot of people are out there to distract us from getting our freedom. Not because they want us to be free, not because they themselves want the freedom, just because they are evil. But for our freedom, we must get it. It don't matter how long it takes. It don't matter what. Here in the United States of America, we are able to conquer those that the Nigerian terrorist state used to send to Washington to lie to them. We have changed the narratives. Before, the Nigerian state used to send all these so-called clergymen to Washington to lie to Americans that there is nothing like Christian genocide. There there's nothing like war going on. But today, U.S. officials are now getting the point. U.S. officials now understand that for years now, the Nigerian terrorist state have been deceiving them or lying to them. We saw one of the ambassadors just a few days ago lamenting that if the Nigerian terrorist state don't stop the killing of the Nigerian Christians and the Biafran Christians or the people of that region, that will trigger a forceful breakup. And the breakup will be violent, meaning it might resort to another war. We lament all the time about how we fund our freedom, support our security. The question is, how many of us are funding? How many of us are supporting the safety of our people? We must defend our land. A former White House top official yesterday was asking me what we want US to do for us. We'll be able to meet a lot of US top officials and we understand their stand. I must confess and tell Biafrans that what they need to know about our freedom, if they don't know that Biafra is here. We have already gotten Biafra. All we need is the key to unlock the door of Biafra. You are the key. We are the key. We will be the one to trigger what will happen for the door to unlock. We will be the one to let the leader of the free world know we want the door unlocked. That the time have come, that the time is now. It's time for us to unlock our door so we can all go in and close our door back again for safety. It's time for every Biafran to support like never before. It's time for all of us to yearn for freedom like never before. Some of us think it is a joke. It is not a joke. We must be free. If we don't fight, if we don't unlock our door, what will consume us is not far off from where we are. The Islamic jihadist terrorists, they have a template. Their template have never changed. From the time of Osman and Fodi, the template is how they will Islamize the Biafran Christians, even those that identify themselves as Nigerian, that are not yet Islamized. The template of this Islamic jihadist terrorists is to Islamize the whole region called Nigeria today, and we Biafran Christians we don't want to be Islamized because we are not Nigerians, we are not Muslim, we are Christians. We have different way of life from that of the Islamic jihadist terrorists. They are not compatible with our value. We are different people. We speak different language. We eat different food. Our way of life is totally different. We worship different God. We worship the God that loves humanity. We worship the God that believes that you should love your neighbor like you love yourself. We worship the God, the author of way of life or rule of life. We don't worship that their God, that all he wants is blood of the innocent people. We don't worship that their God that taught them how they will behead, cut off people's hand, chop off people's head, rip off innocent baby from the mother womb. We don't worship that God. And we don't want to worship their God because their God is evil. So it's time we all do whatever we will do to unlock our door so we can go in our land for safety and have our own beautiful great nation. If we don't, what will befall us? What will befall us? I don't think we will be able to live to tell the story. Please, everyone listening today, both Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, if you love humanity, if you love God, if you love his creation, support the good cause for those that yearn for freedom. Support those that are not terrorists, that believe in live and let live. Support their cause because it is a good thing. Please, you as a Biafran, ask yourself a question. For the past few days, few weeks, few months, how have you contributed? How have you supported? We need your financial support, moral support, spiritual support, and otherwise. While you have some on social media, all they do is to cause problem. All they do is to destroy what we are doing. Both those that don't know anything about the freedom we are fighting for. Both those that don't even know what it takes and how you fight for your freedom. Some of them, wherever they are, far and wide, are causing mayhem every day against our freedom. Most of them have not been where we have meeting and listening to what we discuss. Some don't know anything about the struggle. It's part of freedom fighting. Not everyone will agree at the same time. And we all cannot disagree at the same time. We can all disagree and agree. Please, anyone, if you're one of those that are lying against us, trying to destroy what we are doing, trying to set us backward instead of moving forward, disease from it. Very soon, our VOB, Voice of Biafra, will be back on air. Both satellite and radio stations will be on. So everything is in place. We're just waiting for some signal. If you have not contributed, donate towards this process, please kindly do so. Asking for money while we are on air is not a crime. There is nothing you do, you can achieve or do without money. For you to be able to live daily as a human being, you need money. Because with money, you have to buy food, you have to put roof over your head. With money, you can do a lot. Especially while we are fighting a brutal, wicked, evil government like Nigeria, a terrorist government that sponsors insecurity, government that sponsors terrorism. Don't you think you need money to fight back? Even in US government, from the senators to the congressmen and women, they all always need money. Because without money, they can't successfully run their campaign. Because they need money to put their campaign out there, set up event, put it on radio, on TV. So we asking for money, crying for money is not a crime, it's just normal. Please, if you're a Biafra, support what we are doing. We need money. We need your financial contribution, please. It's very, very important. Talking from money to night will not solve the problem. But if we have the money, we can as well equip ourselves to defend our land against these monsters, these evil satanic terrorists that are destroying the entire universe. I'm so happy that what we are fighting against is already in the Western world today. So it's no more a new thing when you tell them you are fighting Islamic jihadists. If you go to UK, they understand and know the threat the Islamic jihadists pose. You go to France, any country in Europe, they understand it. Is it in America? We saw what happened in 9/11 and several attacks in the soil of America by these Islamic jihadists. We are not terrorists. That is the reason why they haven't labeled us terrorists yet. They might try, but there is no ground to label a freedom fighter, those fighting against the same people that want to come and kill America, kill Israel. So I don't see any reason why or how they will even think about calling us evil, calling us terrorists. Because we are fighting against the same force that America is fighting against in Iran today, the terrorists. If the terrorists have not come to kill us, take over our land, Islamize us, we will not be fighting to defend ourselves. They brought this war to us, and we have to defend ourselves. Please, I encourage everyone to be strong, focused. Our freedom is very close. Every day by day, the door open in different ways. Not everything will talk on air, but a lot is happening behind the scene. Those that want to be relevant in what we are doing, they can go ahead and be relevant. Then be relevant if that will bring Biafra faster, so be it. Biafra belongs to all of us. And our freedom is for sure and guaranteed that we must get. People of Greece, For 400 years, their land was occupied and they are ruled by the Empire, Ottoman Empire for 400 years. That did not change their mind from who they are to be Islam or Islamic jihadist terrorists. They did not allow the Ottoman Empire to change their culture. They endure and they still keep fighting, and at the end of the day, they're totally free. Today, they are free people. Today, nothing like Ottoman Empire. And we Biafrans, when you tell some Biafrans about what we need to do to be free out of this monster evil country called Nigeria, some want to remind you about 1967 to 1970, how Biafrans are killed and massacred. The amalgamation of Nigeria is just less than how many years? Less than 110 years. It's already expired. Now that is very still young and Biafrans have decided to exit, don't you think it's the best time to get the hell out of that country? Are we going to wait for 400 years just like the Greek people, why they fought for that amount of years without being defeated, but they still focus? But that is a very, very, very long time. Our people are not people like that of Greek. Our people might not have that mental toughness to endure. Maybe if our people have been that of Greek people, they will just surrender and everyone will turn to Islamic jihadists. When we talk to some of our brothers and sisters about what we need to do to be free, they will tell you they don't want no war. They want to remind you how many millions of our brothers and sisters that were massacred during the war of 1967 to 1970. What we just heard from this ambassador 2 days ago, if the Nigerian terrorist state don't change her course, that the violence might trigger a bloody war. That is what it is. Might trigger another bloody war. Maybe that is when the people of Middle Belt will be talking about having their own country. Then the Arewa Republic will now say enough is enough. It's time for them to go. Then the Oduduwa Republic, they will now decide it's time for them to have their own country. We can go our separate way peacefully. But it's very rare in the history of mankind where you have a peaceful separation. We Biafrans will need to prepare for war. Because if whether this war is coming, it's already happening. Islamic jihadist terrorists, they'll be preparing for over 200 years. While Iran, Turkey are their key sponsor. And because of time, I noticed this space be running for quite a long time. Tomorrow is our fundraising, and Sunday is our town hall meeting. Please, for all Biafrans, kindly join the fundraising tomorrow. And on Sunday, you are invited to U.S. town hall meeting. I believe it will be hosted by Maryland State. You are invited. Just few days ago, I heard a man lamenting about how we Biafrans don't care about those in Middle Belt and in the North. What he's supposed to be doing is advising the Middle Belt to buckle up their seat belt, to have their own country, to fight for their own nation. While the North is called Ariwa, the North supposed to be fighting for their own separate country as well, to make it easy for peaceful separation. This man supposed to advise the Southwest to also go and fight for freedom of the Oduduwa Republic. The genocidal war against the Biafran people, all the region in the contraption called Nigeria, both the Ariwa, the Middle Belt, the Oduduwa, they all team up together and fought Biafran people. They killed Biafrans in mass. You need to go back to drawing board, just like Congressman Raleigh Moore, to know what is really happening in that region and how to solve the problem. You can't jump into what you know nothing about and you want to come with an opinion that will not fly. Instead, you hurt yourself more. The people of Middle Belt need to rise up and fight for their freedom. Either they want to be free from Nigeria or they join Biafra, so we all can fight together. If they are Oduduwa, the Southwest, either they join Biafra to fight to free from Nigeria, or they need to go and fight for Oduduwa Republic. Please, thank you all. Support our VOB. We need your fund. Your financial support will go a long way. Please, everyone is encouraged to support. And tomorrow is also our town hall meeting. Please, everyone is encouraged to join. And as far as the saboteurs, those that are fighting against our freedom, calling us name, calling me name, calling you name, don't make them relevant. They are frustrated. They are depressed. You know, when you're not winning, you'll be frustrated. They have thrown all manner of lies against us. At the end of the day, we Biafran people are still fighting hard for what we believe in. And Biafrans from homeland there are not keen into what we are doing. While I'm speaking, a lot is happening behind the scene. If you have noticed, we're not usually on air like we used to. We only there's a lot that is happening. A lot is happening. Biafra is here. We just have to unlock the door of Biafra. And I can't do it alone. You can't do it alone. We all have to do it collectively. Please, we need everyone on board. Thank you from here. And thanks to the host again, Minister Eunice. I see your anger today is part of what we call freedom fighting. It's part of what it is, but sometimes we just don't want to make these people relevant. They are just like dying horse, like the Nigerian terrorist state. They have nothing to offer. They have not offered nothing. Every idea, suggestion they have bring is that of failure. At the end of the day, for almost a year now, as all these evil saboteurs, what have they bring to the table? How have they benefit or impact what we are doing? Their report card show 0. So please focus, don't be distracted. And thank you all. Remember our website open 24/7. And also remember that just as the same way your voice matter, your contribution really matter. Please, thank you from here. No one.
Thank you so much, PM. Thank you for coming to speak with us, and we appreciate everything you've told the Biafran people. Yes, we won't make them relevant. We will do everything in our powers not to make them relevant, even though they are scratching the wrong parts. Our sister Eunice is the wrong person to scratch. If you know yourself, you should know that already. Thank you so much, PM. And don't forget, Biafrans, like our PM said, and has always said, our freedom is in our hand, and we must take it. The only way we can do that is by financially supporting Biafra liberation and supporting the government of Biafra, the only government that is doing what it has to do to bring us to where we should be. Thank you so much, RPM. Over to you, Tutor.
Yeah, thank you so very much, His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkeri. We are so happy to have you in our midst. Thank you so much. Our sincere gratitude goes to you for taking time to address Biafrans this night in this space. We really value your presence and your speech and your encouraged words to the Biafran people, because it always strengthens us. And that is the spirit that we want. That spirit of leadership is instilled in you, and we are glad to be among those that are working tirelessly to make sure that Biafra is restored. The depth of insight and direction you provided to us today is to remember that our freedom, is guided with a purpose and strategy, not with noise. We thank you so much, especially at this time when there are many, people are so confused by distractions and competing narratives out there, and narrative out there. Your voice always brings focus and reassurance to the Biafran people. So we appreciate your dedication. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your positive vibes you've given to us. So thank you so much. God bless you for that. We are here. We are not backing down. Thank you, sir. God bless you. So Biafrans, COS, do you have anything to say? COS?
You go ahead, please.
Okay, I was almost in this space before our Prime Minister came. So I don't know. David, what do you have to say before we call it a day?
You can also.
I've given David the mic. Where is he? David, I've sent the mic to you. I think his internet has kicked you out again. Yeah, thank you so much, Biafra. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate our Prime Minister for his words of encouragement, and as well, letting Biafrans understand that a lot is also needed, and everybody's presence everybody's contribution is also key to what we are doing. There's something that our Prime Minister said here that is very, very important for everybody to take home. He said that his Biafra is here, that we just needed the key. There is something that is needed to kickstart that Biafra into functionality. And everybody's presence, everybody's contribution is needed to make it happen. So Biafrans, the ball is in our court. Tomorrow is our fundraising. Sunday is our town hall meeting. We expect everybody to be part of this so that together we can be able to, get the key of Biafra Restoration Project as well. We need funding for the radio, the television, the satellite, the TV, so that this Nigerian terrorist electioneering campaign that is fast approaching, we can use these avenues to send strong messages to our people, because information is key. If all these things are not available, it becomes a little bit or difficult for us to send message across Biafra land. So all hands must be on deck, contribution-wise, in order to make things happen. Tutors, so much for bringing us together. The ministers in the house, greetings from here. Our Prime Minister, greetings from here. COS, greetings from Cabinet member that is here. I appreciate every good work that you guys are for the freedom of our nation, Biafra. Thank you, tutors.
The government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman acting on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever destroy. The Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman acting on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever destroy.
Please, does anybody have any question for our Prime Minister before we call it a day? If you have a question, please ask him now before I end this space. Thank you so much, Mama Betty.
Thank you. I'm having problem with this phone. Thank you, Biafrans. I still stand on the existing protocol. My sister tutors, you are asking for question. I don't have any question for him because he talks to us every now and then. My people say that which means when you praise a doer for what he or she has done, he will have the energy and strength to keep doing more. One thing that we lack, we Africans, we blacks, we some Biafrans, we should learn how to appreciate people. Oyibo man, if he gives you something or if he does something for you, he will dash into the shop immediately, buy a card of flour and give you. Thank you. Very well. So my PM, I thank you so much. It's not easy. I thank you for always coming to show presence, to talk to us, and encourage us. And I know the ball is on our court. We have to keep doing what we know how to do best, even though our best is not enough in most cases. I thank you so much, tutors. Our COS Onyenye, I thank all of you. I thank Totti, Vincent, David, Ben Owabo, and Rage and Fury, everybody. Insi, I thank all of you for always coming out. And what remains is for us to always use what is being said on this platform to do something positively for ourselves. Because we have recently heard that Nigeria government should adopt the terrorists and they are regarded as the prodigal son. These are people who are fighting jihad, and you are using Bible to equate them. And even that quotation in the Bible, prodigal son never killed anybody. But we, the freedom fighters, we are sent to life jail. So, Biafrans, you can see that Nigeria is not for us. We have worked so hard and remains the hard-working tribe in that contraption, yet we are not appreciated. So if somebody does not appreciate you, what do you do to yourself? You go back to your shell and re-strategize and know what to do. So all we have to do, like our PM said, Biafra is for all of us. It's not a personal property. We are not chattels. We are not for sale. We are here for serious business. Many blood of men and women, young and old, have gone into this. So we should prioritize it and make it our duty. Tomorrow is our fundraising. I want to see more people there tomorrow. No matter how little, whatever you have, when you go to our website, www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org, you will see that they are all in small letters. They are there 247. When you click on the donate icon, you will see BLT and you will see IOU. You will see weekly and monthly donation. So whichever one you are able to do will be appreciated. I love you all, dear friends, and I say special thanks to the PM that is propelling this movement. Thank you so much, and may God bless everybody. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our original Mama, Minister Betty. Once again, thank you, His Excellency, our Prime Minister. This night, what you've done for us is very, very great. Because today's engagement, which you've spent a few minutes with us, has further united Biafrans. AU, it has brought us together and also strengthened us. And it also makes us to have the same belief system that the Biafra struggle, our quest for freedom, is still very, very active, and we were there to speak on behalf of the Biafra people and our lobbying firm. Thank you so very much. We are happy to have you, and we always welcome you anytime you are free. Please join our program and speak to the Biafra people. We are deeply grateful for what you've done for us. Your sacrifice, your time, commitment. Thank you for standing firm. God bless you. And thank you, our co-host today, Oyege Biafra Land. Thank you, our original CFAs. You are always here, and we really appreciate you. And before I end, our sister Stella Didi has given us a gemma for our space donation today. Thank you so much, Sister Stella. God bless you for that. Indeed, Stella. Thank you. And they have already announced Chinedum. So thank you, Toti, thank you, King David. Thank you, everyone, even our listeners. Without you, we cannot be here till now. Pass the message, share the space. Tomorrow is our fundraising, and we expect to see everyone. Whatever you have, bring it, please. One agenda, please bring and support your freedom. You heard everything that we've done today. We need money for those profiles that we read. And you could see, you could feel the weight of those working for you in Washington, D.C. So we need finance to cover every expenses that we have. Thank you so much. Prime Minister, you unmuted your mic. I don't know if you want to say anything before I press the end.
Thank you, especially to Tosi and the entire team. And the COS here, we appreciate you as well. And Minister Betty, Eunice, they want to work, they want to bring the beast out of you. They don't know that Mazen Abdekano said when more people like him join the struggle, that Biafra will come. So we, when it comes to our struggle, we don't joke about it. We want to be free. We want to be free people. Yeah, we don't want what happened to the Greek people to happen to us as well, because for 400 good years that the Ottoman Empire occupied Greece, Greek people. And till tomorrow, since 1986, the White House, the United States of America, always remember their doggedness, how they fight back, everything there. That's why some Biafrans, I hope everyone is seeing why Elias is acting the way he acts, the way he fights, because the background of where he's coming from. So there are people that, if they have not fought very hard the way they do today, there won't be anything like Christianity in their land. They will the game plan is to totally Islamize them and change who they are. So please support. We don't have much time. It's time that we unlock our gates or unlock our door so we can be free from these terrorists that is ravaging the entire world. And for those that are supporting them, shame unto them. Very soon they will start making a U-turn, like the man that are accusing Biafrans for just instead of coming so that we all can fight together. You can only fight with him who want to fight with you, who want to be free, like you do. We are not fighting to save Nigeria, like the same Nigeria group that was deceiving themselves a few days ago. There's nothing to save about Nigeria. Nigeria is just like a dying horse. Very soon Nigeria will be no more. Yes, plus nothing to save for over 100 years. Nigeria don't have electricity, no sewage system, nothing is working, the air is polluted, no good education system, no good hospital, everything is scam. If you can save it for 1 year, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 50 years, over 100 years, a fool at 40 is a fool forever. Nigeria is way more than 40 years old. So nothing to say. They need to make a U-turn and start to think about what the ambassador talked about. Say, ECO, first time in U.S. history. I don't think any ambassador has publicly come on air and be saying what that ambassador said about splitting of Nigeria. If the killing of innocent Christians persists. So that's the language the saved Nigerian group supposed to be speaking. Nothing to save. And the man that is championing the saved Nigeria group should be ashamed of himself. I don't know where he is last year. He did not save Nigeria. I don't know where he is 2 years ago. He did not save Nigeria. Either he from Ido or Middle Belt. Let him save it, but let him save the Middle Belt first. Talking about saving the entire world, are you saving? Are you saving the over 22 group of terrorists in Nigeria? Are you going to save the Boko Haram from who? Are you going to save Al-Qaeda and other ISWAP, Hezbollah? Nothing to save. Nigeria people need to free themselves from the people of the region need to free themselves from Nigeria, because they are never Nigeria 120 years ago. So Nigeria can't be saved. Thank you from here. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow is our fundraising, and on Sunday our town hall meeting. Please, if you have not go to our website to donate, go and click. If you believe in our cause, if you believe in freedom of Biafra, if you believe in freedom of Biafra, we as well help those that don't want to save themselves from Middle Belt. Maybe after Biafra is free, they can come and come, Biafra land will be safe even for them. I'm talking about the Christians, not the terrorists. Then the Christians in the north, if they don't want to fight to either join the middle belt, to create, have their own country, they can all come to Biafra land. As long as they don't come in the name of that terrorism, if they come in as in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we accept them in peace. As long as we all work together, have one common goal. Thank you very much. Thank you. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Biafran. Please, you can still make your payment and send your receipt. I will end this space now. Our information minister is live as well, so we can just move, transit from here and join this space. Thank you so much, and good morning from here.